Good morning, sir. Chaku sir, am I audible? Just testing.
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible. Audible, visible.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to one and all. Today is a special day for all of us as we are conducting one-day national seminar on Viksit Bharat at 2047 and Union Budget 2024-25. A national seminar is a gathering of experts, academics, and professionals from across the country to discuss and share insights on specific topics of national importance. It provides a platform for intellectual exchange and fosters collaborative learning and innovative thinking. To begin our program, let us invoke the presence of God. I would like to invite Ms. Aditya Shashi for the prayer.
Feeling the presence, feeling the grace, feeling the radiance. You are my source of faith and strength. You are my path and destination, and I'm always connected to you. Nothing of me and everything of you. Lead me higher, lead me deeper, lead me beyond, lead me to you.
Thank you, Aditya, for the beautiful prayer song. Now, it's my honor to invite a key feature of our department, someone who is often referred to as our backbone. Please join me in warmly welcoming our head of the department, Nigel Jacobis, sir, for the welcome speech.
The future depends on what we do in the present. Mahatma Gandhi. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, faculty members, participants from various parts of India, and my dear students. A very good morning to all of you. It's my privilege as the head of the Department of Economics, Sectoral College Autonomous Chalakudy, to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to our national seminar on Viksit Bharat 2047 and the Union Budget 24-25. We are honored to have with us today a distinguished lineup of guests and speakers who have graciously accepted our invitation. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Sister Reena Itiacham, Principal of Sacred College Autonomous Chalakudi, who has been always a pillar of support and guidance for all our endeavors. Thank you for your presiding over this function and for your continuous encouragement. I welcome you, sister. I extend a special and warm welcome to our chief guest of the day, Dr. Manoj S. Kamat, Principal of Srinivasa Sai Thembo College of Commerce and Economics, Kujiva, Bamboling, Goa. Sir, we are delighted to have you to inaugurate this seminar. Your extensive knowledge and experience in economics and commerce will undoubtedly provide us with invaluable insights into India's economic policies and the path towards developed nation. I welcome you, sir, to this national seminar. We are also privileged to have Dr. Anamati, Associate Professor and Research Supervisor at Albania Global Education, UK. Dr. Anna is also a good friend of mine. Your expertise in digital transformation and financial inclusion is particularly relevant in the context of our seminar's topic. And we eagerly look forward to your session and insights you will share. I welcome you, Dr. Anna. I would like to warmly welcome Dr. Om Prakash Sonone, Assistant Professor and from the Department of Commerce, Chindamani College of Commerce, Maharashtra. Sir, Your perspectives on the Union Budget 2024 and its implication for the employment generation will be a crucial part of our discussion. Thank you for being with us here with us today. I welcome you, sir, to this seminar. We are equally honored to have us with Professor Dr. Chako Jospi, Principal of St. Aloysius College, Elthurut, Kerala, who will deliver the valedictory address. And dear sir, your presence and concluding remarks will be a fitting end to our seminar and also the discussions and the reflections that we are going to do in this at the end of the session. I
Thank
welcome
you.
you, sir. A heartfelt thank to goes to our faculty members, that is Haripriya, Anju, Mishma of the Department of Economics, who have worked diligently behind the scenes to mark this seminar a reality. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. I welcome you all. I will also welcome my students and the participants from different parts of India who have joined. Your engagement is what makes us academic gathering meaningful and vibrant. And today's seminar is more than just a series of presentations. It's a platform for intellectual exchange and critical discussions on the topics that are very vital to our nation's future. And we aim to explore the themes of digital transformation, financial inclusion, and the impact of the Union Budget 24-25 on employment. And these discussions are not only relevant to our academic pursuits, but are also crucial in understanding the broader and socio-economic landscape of India as we march toward the centenary of the independence of 2047. I encourage all attendees to engage actively with the sessions and ask questions, share your perspectives, and network with peers and experts. Let this seminar be a starting point of deeper research, collaboration, and innovation as we collectively envision a Viksit Bharat. Once again, a warm welcome to all. Let us make this day meaningful, insightful, and inspiring. Thank you for being here. I look forward to a productive seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, I would like to invite a person who has always been great support to us, ahead of the institution. It's my pleasure to invite our principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Irene, for the presidential address.
Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, fellow colleagues, and my dear participants. As the principal of Sectoral College Autonomous Chalakudy, it's my honor to welcome you all to this momentous national seminar on Viksit Bharat at 2047 and also the Union Budget 2025, which is organized by the Department of Economics. First of all, I take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Economics and the HOD, Mr. Nigel Jacobi, and all other faculty members for taking the wall pain to conduct this seminar. Today, we stand united in our shared vision for a developed India, reflecting on our progress and the strategizing for the future. And India's journey towards becoming a developed nation has been marked by remarkable achievements and transformative changes. Our advancements, mainly in education, technology, healthcare, and the infrastructure, have laid a strong foundation for growth. However, as we approach the centenary of our independence of our country, our aspirations for Viksit Bharat at 2047 demand renewed vigor and innovative approaches. This vision cannot be realized without the collective efforts of all stakeholders, that's the government, academia, industry, civil society, and all other citizens. So this seminar provides a platform to explore the ideas and strategies that will shape our nation's future. And it's a space for knowledge exchange and collaboration and also the building of partnerships that will drive our nation's progress. As we move forward, I encourage each one of you to contribute your knowledge and also your passion and dedication. Together, we can transform our vision of a Viksit Bharat into a reality. Let us work towards a future where prosperity is shared, opportunities are abundant, and our society is just and equitable. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants, speakers, and organizers who have made this seminar possible or which made the seminar a reality. Your commitment and enthusiasm are essential to our success. I am confident that our discussions it will lead to actionable insights that will guide our journey towards a developed India. Let us embrace this opportunity to make a difference and shape a brighter future for our nation. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring seminar. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sister, for encouraging an insightful address. Next, let us move on to the inaugural session. Before we proceed, I would like to call upon Nafila to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Manoj S. Kamath.
Professor Manoj Kamath is an academic scholar and alumnus of IIT and IIMS, a literary author, orator, and popular columnist, and has established himself as a result-oriented administrator. Before joining Dembo College, Professor Kamath served as the principal of Mallikarjun College at Kanakana for 4.5 years and has won appreciation for transforming the academic environment of the college and beyond, leading the college to a NAC score of 3.25 with higher A grade. Professor Kamath is a postdoctoral fellow in economic analysis from the Osmania University, Hyderabad, a collaboration program with the University of Texas at Austin, US, besides having a PhD from IIT Bombay in the area of empirical finance. A university gold medalist at the postgraduate level from Goa University. He has a PG in Business Administration from Central University Pondicherry and has obtained teacher fellowships from IIM Indore and IIM Kozhikode. Professor Kamath is the youngest full professor, youngest principal, and the youngest assessor at the NAC Pure teams and has assessed around 10 colleges in the country to date. Professor Kamath has guided 3 PhDs in finance and examined over a dozen PhDs from different universities. Having authored 12 books in accounting and commerce, completed 2 industry-sanctioned projects and 2 UGC projects, he has also authored 90 academic publications with H-index of 7 and I-index of 6 with 149 citations. Professor Kamath is on the subject's editorial board of over 6 international journals. As a famous writer in the print media, Professor Kamath contributes weekly columns to the print media every month. He earlier served as professor at Damodar College for 18 years and has been an expert faculty at reputed management institutions like Narsi Monji, SP Jain Institute, and TA Pai Management Institute at Manipal, the BSc and NSc Training Institute in Mumbai, besides Goa Institute of Management and Goa University in Investment Research and Economic Policy. Professor Kamath writes a blog titled Economically Yours on Dainik Gomatak and the Nav Hind Times every Saturday. Currently, Honorable Trustee, Gurukul Academy, a CBSE school in Ponda, and on the governing body of Salgaoskar College of Law and Goa University Court. He was formerly chairman of the Goa Commerce Association and chairman of the Education Committee of the GCCI. He worked earlier as coordinator of the Goa Lusophone in 2013 and advisor of the Goa Industrial Development Corporation, Government of Goa, and for the transformation of the GIDC was awarded Best Business Enabler of the year 2016 by Business Goa magazine. For his writings, he is cited as the best columnist of the year 2018 by Dainik Gomatak, while for his excellence in the field of education and youth empowerment, he was awarded the Bharat Excellence National Award and Gold Medal, the Indo-Global National Leadership Award, and National Youth Empowerment Award in recognition of extraordinary achievements in education and social service. Professor Kamath has bagged the Best Research Paper Award and Gold Medal for his research work the All India Accounting Conference. He has been the distinguished recipient of the Professor Manubhai Shah Memorial Award and the Gold Medal from the Indian Commerce Association, famous for his analysis and commentaries on economics, politics, and public policy on the media. He is also passionate about classical music, reading, and football. Thank you.
Thank you, Nafila, for the wonderful introduction. Now, it's my honor to invite Professor Dr. Manoj Kamath for the inaugural session. Please join me in welcoming him. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can I have my video on, please? Well, very good morning to all of you. Respected teachers, students from Sacred Heart College Autonomous at Chalakudy, and the other organizers from Uni Athena Global Education, my good friend Dr. Anna Mateen, my principal colleague Professor Cheko of St. Aloysius College at Thrissur, of course the host college principal Dr. Sister Reena, my namaskar and wishes to all of you. Can I have my video on, please?
Sorry, your video is on.
Oh, thank you so much. I will deliberate on the budget which was recently presented. And rather than making a presentation, a PPT presentation, I would like to talk to you. Unfortunately, I'm unable to see all of you and your reactions. But then I would certainly be happy to listen to you at the end. Friends, this particular budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was her 7th budget and her 7th straight budget for the fiscal year 24-25. And if you see that this particular budget, as well as the budget presenter, Finance Minister suppressed the record of former Finance Minister as well as the Prime Minister, Mr. Morarji Desai, who presented the Union budget 6 times. But one great thing about this budget, I must say, is that this budget, and very appropriate to the theme of today's seminar, this budget lays an economic and the fiscal path for Viksit Bharat. As you understand, Viksit Bharat 2047 has been the roadmap of this present government. And if you look at the entire Viksit Bharat document, you will understand that the basic principle is something called as Antodaya. Antodaya is the last person at the bottom of pyramid must benefit from the governmental programs. And if they must benefit from governmental programs, the beneficiaries must align themselves towards a common economic goal of seeing our Indian economy among the top 3 developed economies. And that's the kind of goal which is presented is 2047. Not only being on the forefront of economic development and economic growth till 2024, till 2047, becoming a $5 trillion economy, and aiming for a $7 trillion economy soon up to 2047 is the basic goal of Viksit Bharat. The other sub-goals of Viksit Bharat is to draw maximum people out of poverty, fulfill all the SDGs which the UNDP has mandated on all of us. At the same time, increase the standard of living, give employment, and emphasize on skilling. So this is the vision document of Viksit Bharat, laying down the specific goals for every sector, for every department of the government. And this budget serves well because it makes financial provisions for every sector, every department of government in order to achieve the vision of the government's Viksit Bharat program. If you ask me about what would be my immediate thought on this particular budget, maybe in one word or two words, I would say that this particular budget this time, 24-25, can be best described as budget of continuity. The buzzword, which we will not find in the budget, but has to be understood between words, between paragraphs, between sentences, is continuity. First, fortunately for the economics of this country, fortunately for the economic uprising of the country, whether we like it or whether we don't like any political party, understand it is continuity which works well, or economic continuity or policy continuity which does good for any economy. In that sense, for last 10 years and for ensuing 5 years, so total 15 years, we will have a particular economic policy which will be continued, and then towards this end of 2 decades, we will be able to see and we will be able to rightly measure whether the government has delivered on the economic front or not. I understand that for a better economic delivery, you don't only require creativity of ideas, but you also need proper implementation of ideas. What is creativity, or what are proposals of good plans and having good policy documents without understanding the need to implement it? So if we have the policymakers and the implementers in the same role, doing the same thing for 10-15 years, probably the efforts will be better realized, they will be measurable, and efforts will also be percolated at the grassroots level, at the bottom of pyramid, which the word used in Viksit Bharat document is the Antodaya Tattva, the principle of benefiting the lowest person or the last person at the bottom of economic pyramid. So the buzzword for describing this budget is continuity of reforms, continuity of ideas, continuity of allocations, continuity of provision, so that there is little dispersion or little deviation from the basic thought process about how we will run our economy. Remember that this budget which was presented in the month of July, otherwise the budget should have been presented in the month of February, and the last budget which was presented in 24 February was a vote on account budget, was a temporary budget, just to manage temporarily the fiscal position of the economy. So this is a full-fledged budget, and the next budget is only 7 months away from the current one, because the next full-fledged budget will come in the year 2025 in the month of February. So if you look at the total time which is there at the disposal of the finance minister, is hardly 6 to 7 months, and comparing the total time which is at the disposal of the finance minister, if you look at the revenue targets which are laid down, if you look at the total amount of petroleum subsidy which is accounting to almost 11,995 crore, the amount of food subsidy which is almost to rupees 2.05 lakh crore, these are on the similar lines as those which were presented in the past interim budget some 4 months earlier. The kind of figures which were presented for targets, for defense outlay, for your petroleum subsidy, for your food subsidy, are more or less similar. So I don't see any kind of a deviation, and this is what I call as continuity. Now if you look at the interim budget, last interim budget which was presented in the month of February, the tax receipts, or the net tax receipts, were estimated close to almost 25.83 lakh crore, and the fiscal deficit was close to around 5% of the GDP, that is around 4.9% of the GDP, which is within the manageable limit. If you look at the gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities, the net and the gross market borrowings were close to almost 14 lakh crore, whereas the net market borrowings through dated securities was around 11.63 lakh crore. Now this means that the total estimated borrowings for the remaining part of the current year are lower compared to the last year, presented in the last budget in 2023, which means we are not only which we have not only laid a better path of continuity, but we have progressed well in terms of fiscal management, as the percentage of fiscal deficit to the total GDP is less as compared to what was projected. Second, the market borrowings were also less in this particular year, saying that our financial management was comparatively better compared to the last year. If you look at the current budget, the government has said, the finance minister has said, and I quote, that the government is committed to staying the course of fiscal consolidation. That's the best thing to happen. So fiscal consolidation is happening, and not only in words, not only on paper, but also in actual practice, because you have seen the targeted fiscal deficit as well as the target marketed borrowings and the actual ones. The actuals are much less than what has been targeted. So government has also done its best in order to retain the capital expenditure, and of course bringing down the fiscal deficit. I said that the fiscal deficit was around 4 and 4.9. It is expected to be around 4.5% of GDP with this year, and government has said that it has plans for sustained reductions for fiscal deficit in the near future. Well, how is the government going to spend money? If you look at the allocation of capex, the allocation of capital expenditure proportionate to the GDP, for this year it is going to be whooping 3.34%. It's a huge number. It's a big number in terms of government investing in public infrastructure. So while the investment in the public infrastructure is enhanced to 3.34%, obviously it also means that the multiplier effect of such kind of an investment is also going to be enhanced. Well, if this is at one point, the budget also says that the state governments will be encouraged to provide similar support for infrastructural development based on their priorities. So it is not only what Gadkari will do for smaller states like that of Goa or Kerala, but it is that state governments are also empowered to do something of their own based on their priorities also. So if this is coming from the governmental side, in terms of public expenditure, what was required in the economy for long is private infrastructure or private investment in the infrastructure to be spurred up. Now, government says that it wants to encourage private infrastructure in the capex, in your public infrastructure, in your infrastructure funding space through something called as viability gap funding. So viability gap funding is what? It is a market-based financing framework, okay, which is done in order to encourage private players. So if you look at Viksit Bharat's vision of development of public infrastructure on the lines of China by 2047, where is the money going to come from? First, that money is going to come from public or the government spending, and government has enhanced the spending to 3.34%. Government is also trying its bit to induce the private investors and also encourage states to do public infrastructure development based on its priorities. And in the private space, they have said, the budget document says that it will encourage viability gap funding based model or viability based funding financial framework for states. Well, if you look at the challenge what our economy faces currently, one of the greatest challenge is unemployment. For small states like that of Goa, like that of Kerala, the problem is absolutely acute because we don't see any new employment being generated. Sometimes our economists or critics normally talk about something called as a jobless growth, and that is currently what we are facing. Though our growth numbers are higher, we are expected to perform much better compared to the last year figures, and we are doing exceptionally well compared to other developing nations in Europe as well as in Asia in terms of growth. Our economy has not been able to produce sufficient jobs or sufficient employment avenues for our youth. So therefore, it's a challenge. The economic survey which was released some one day before this current budget, it also says that the challenge for our economy is to provide 8 million jobs in a year. And I feel that the budget document which came one day after the economic survey was released, the budget document also emphasizes on providing employment opportunities. That means it has taken the clue given by the economic survey very seriously. So if you look at the budget has proposed some path-breaking measures in terms of employment, not just in terms of employment, but also in terms of creating regional growth centers. The focus of this budget is also on the rural economy. The focus of the budget is also on agriculture. So it is not just employment, it is also creating or also eliminating regional economic imbalances by creating regional growth centers. It is also giving impetus to your rural economy, to your agriculture, and so on. And let us see how the budget has done it. If you look at the basic focus of this budget, the basic focus of this budget is youth. Who are the beneficiaries of this budget? The middle class, because they have got the benefit of tax slab reductions. The investors seem to be a new focus because they have made a great change in the way in which investment taxation will be carried out in the economy in the future. So there are good announcements in relation to rural housing sector, some very concrete announcements with relation to agriculture, in relation to agricultural economy, in relation to public infrastructural space, etc. All this, housing, agriculture, rural economy, public infrastructure, if you look at budgets of last 5 years, the only focus is on these aspects. And therefore, I believe that agriculture, rural economy, public infrastructure, rural housing are work in progress, and also talks about the policy of continuity in the last budget. What is new in this budget? Something new which I found in this budget is absolute attention to employment, to skilling, on entrepreneurship, and also on small and medium enterprises, MSMEs sectors. If you look at the top 5 schemes which were announced by the FM in the beginning of the budget, in first 20 minutes of the budget, they included schemes for education, they included schemes for employment through a budgetary allocation of close to 1.48 lakh crore. And the FM says that 1.4, but close to almost 1.5 lakh crore allocation to employment, skilling, entrepreneurship, MSMEs will benefit close to 4 crore people in this particular year. And in order to do this, they said we are going to come up with 3 unique employment linked schemes. Okay, and these 3 unique employment linked schemes captures or plans to capture at least 30 lakh youth out of the 4.1 crore youth which they want to target. Now, what are these basically what are these 3 schemes which have the power to target almost 30 lakh youth? First, if you look, is something called as the employment link incentive scheme. Now, this is a part of Prime Minister's package in terms of giving endowment to public EPFs, okay, and which is equivalent to almost 1 month wage to all new entrant workforce. Now, this particular scheme, as a one-time investment, one-time incentive of 1 month wage to all workforce, which will be given to the enterprises as a part of EPF, will itself benefit almost 2 lakh youth in the country. Then they said that providing employment just cannot be the responsibility of the government in the public space. The private players also need to be encouraged, and in order to incentivize the employment in private, they said the top 500 companies in the country will be given an allowance of the youth employed there as interns or for the initial employment will be given an allowance of 5,000 per month for 1 year. So almost 5,000, 12 fives, 60,000 rupees kind of an incentive to every company among the list of 500 companies, and that is the total outlay in order to incentivize them to recruit more youth and train them in their organizations. So this is a second good scheme, which is an innovative scheme for promotion of employment in the private space. Third one is the modern skill loan scheme. Now, we have seen that last so many years, our students who were drawing disbursements from the educational loans were facing difficulties, not only in terms of the higher, interest rates, but also in terms of the bureaucratic hurdles which came in implementation, which came in the way of implementation of such schemes. Now they said that the modern skill loan schemes, under the modern skill loan scheme, youth will be given loans for their skilling and through higher education institution, and so therefore the domestic institutions will bring the desired kind of positives. So if you look at the entire vision of this budget, lot of money or lot of corpus is being allocated in order to empower the youth in terms of skilling and in terms of giving better education. And if you look at the MSMEs are also big gainers in this budget, because they said that they have announced something called as credit guarantee cover scheme. Now this credit guarantee cover scheme is going to give loans up to 100 crores for MSMEs, and all these loans to these MSMEs up to the extent of 100 crores are without collateral, without guarantee, and this 100 crores will try to unlock working capital which is invested by MSMEs in last so many years. So what will this help in? This will help in improving their credit activity, loosen their working capital, unlock their working capital so that they work on their own. Second, the finance minister has also talked about development of better credit assessment models in order to assess the credit of MSMEs. The another thing what I have noticed is the Mudra loan limit has also been enhanced. So if you look at what MSMEs have got this credit cover scheme of 100 crores. Now that is for unlocking their working capital. They have gotten better credit assessment model, like how your CRISIL or how your CARE does. They have a different assessment model for MSMEs, but for MSMEs they said they are going to further simplify in order to assess their credit eligibility. And third, the Mudra loans, the increase of the term and increase of the financial limit for Mudra loan will help MSMEs as well as small investors, small entrepreneurs to get or to grow big. If you look at the developmental part, now development, understand, in the housing sector or in the real estate sector has more multiplier effects. And if you look at the total allocation for rural development this year, the provision is close to almost 2.5 lakh crore. And if you want me to be absolutely close to the figures, it is close to 2.66 lakh crore. That is the kind of allocation which is made for rural development. Now this rural development also includes rural infrastructure, and therefore the entire rural framework or the rural space will have a bigger impact of this particular scheme. Even for your housing, for houseless, the scheme now is called as PM Awas Yojana, which is already there. Here under this PM Awas Yojana, which is a housing scheme for the poor, it talks about a target of building additional 3 crore houses in the rural areas. So if you look at what the rural economy has got today, 2.66 lakh crore for rural development, including the rural infrastructure, additional 3 crore 3 crore houses in the rural areas, and similarly all weather roads to almost 25,000 rural habitats. So in the interiors of rural spaces, almost 25,000 new roads is going to come under the Prime Minister Gram Sadak Yojana. So the rural economy is going to get new road, it is going to get new houses, almost 3 crore rupees more, and for which a total allocation is close to 2.66 lakh crore rupees. Other than this rural thing, if you look at the agricultural sector, they said that we are going to come up with a national cooperation policy where all cooperative societies currently which are under the ambit of various state government cooperative acts will come under one act, that is National Cooperative Act, and a national cooperation policy is expected to bring an all-round development of the cooperative sector. And here, when the cooperative sector develops, again who benefits is the rural economy. So if you look at the allocation for agriculture and allied sectors, it is this time going to benefit to almost 6 crore farmers. Similarly, there is a plan to bring in oil sufficiency, pulse sufficiency, and in order to boost production in crops like that of mustard, sesame, soybean, sunflower, and groundnuts. Now, these are the 5 crops Finance Minister talked about, and in order to bring oil sufficiency. She also talked about Jan Samarth based Kisan credit cards in 5 new states. Obviously, these 5 new states which are now covered are all those states which are supporting the center. Leaving aside the politics of this, uh, announcement, I feel that this particular financial scheme is going to boost not only these 5 states, but some peculiar sectors like that of shrimp farming, where states like Goa, Tamil Nadu, Kerala are going to benefit. Karnataka is going to benefit. Okay, where they are talking about incentivizing shrimp processing, shrimp exports, and marketing the agriculture and pisciculture produce. Obviously, now these are the sectors which were never benefited in the last budget. It has received a special treatment in this budget, so I am very happy to see this. If you look at the urban real estate, as I've told you, almost 3 crore new houses are going to come in the rural sector. If you look at the urban real estate, they talked about lowering the stamp duty in order to incentivize investors to invest more in the housing sector. And this is especially for women. So again, a targeted scheme where we will have targeted beneficiaries which will be measurable. Now, if you look at the middle class, which remains as the main gravity force for economic development. Now, this this budget by our FM has promised review of income tax rules and also review of GST rules for bringing in simplicity of tax administration. So therefore, when I said in the beginning that this budget is budget of continuity, previous budgets also talked about simplifying the tax codes and GST. And in last 1 year in the GST meetings, you have seen larger amount of simplification happening and bureaucratic hurdles coming down. So we will see that particular round of tax bureaucracy administration or bringing in efficiency in tax administration to go on. If you look at the direct and indirect taxes in the interim budget, she had made no changes before the elections. But then these elections have taught a good lesson to the government, looks like, and therefore this budget provides a substantial relief to taxpayers. Normally, whenever you see budgets, the budgets before the elections are very investor friendly and middle class friendly. Interim budget was not middle class friendly. So therefore, now in order to pacify all those that particular category of voters which were not happy with the finance minister's resolve not to touch taxes in the last budget, in the interim budget, now she has tried to provide some substantial relief to taxpayers. First, if you see that the standard budget the standard deduction has been enhanced by 25,000 rupees. The family pensioners, it is enhanced by 10,000 rupees. So therefore, this one announcement of enhancing the standard deduction is going to benefit almost 4 crore salaried employees and pension. So imagine 4 crore people spending close to 25,000 rupees a year is going to generate a huge amount back into the economy, because this saving in taxes will result into increase in expenditures in the future. If you look at the tax slabs, I am personally not happy because there has been marginal tinkering, but it is going to benefit middle class who are at the lower category of middle class. So if you see the kind of benefit this tax slab tinkering has done, it leads to benefit of almost 17,000 in tax payable. So every taxpayer, rich or poor, is going to save around 17,000 rupees. But if you look at the TDS rate on e-commerce operators, even all those e-commerce operators earlier were paying tax deductible at source close to the extent of 1%. That is now reduced to 0.1%. So it is 0.99% points reduction. This is going to give a boost to e-commerce. As I told you, I have already saved 25,000 in my standard deduction. It is going to come back to the economy. In terms of taxes, I am saving now 17,000 each taxpayer. So 25,000 plus 17,000 is the total, what is say, money, which is extra money, which otherwise would have gone to the government, will come back to the economy in terms of, what is say, our private expenditures. Similarly, e-commerce operators, the TDS has been reduced, so now e-commerce operators can also grow. The angel tax has been abolished. Now, once the angel tax has abolished, now it creates a lot of incentive. It incentivizes investments here. Now, for foreign shipping companies and for shipping companies operating domestic tourism, they have proposed a simpler tax. So those economies like that of Rajasthan, like that of Goa, like that of Kerala, like that of Tamil Nadu, which thrive on tourism, your domestic operating companies and foreign shipping companies will really benefit. And so therefore, inter alia, this tourism states like ours and yours is also going to be benefited. Now, if you look at the capital gains on unlisted securities, on unlisted securities, capital gains have been reduced. Corporate tax rates for foreign companies is also reduced to 35% from 38. So I feel that this is a very, very great kind of an incentive for corporates. If you look at custom rates for gold and silver, it is cut by 6%. So it is going to increase the expenditure on purchase of gold and silver. If you look at platinum, it is decreased by 6.5%. If you look at lithium, which is again a product which is used for creation of batteries, for solar batteries and for our power batteries, etc. On copper, cobalt, etc., excise is being exempted. So these metals are going to be cheaper. Industrial production, therefore, is going to increase because industrial costs are going to cut down with this custom duty reduction close to the extent of 6% on metal which are used for industrial purposes. So along with this, different industrial products like that of solar cells, solar panels, solar connectors, oxygen fused copper also has gotten duty relief. So this will also benefit the IIP, that is Index of Industrial Production, to go up. Now, there are something unusual things in the budget which was not expected, but I believe in the long run will lead to some regional states to become very powerful regional centers. Here are two states particularly which have benefited a lot out of political compulsions. Before the state government is Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Now these are the states on the basis on whom the center rests for its majority in the Lok Sabha. Obviously in the Rajya Sabha it has no majority again on its own. So these two states have received their share of benevolence from the center, and this seems to be a little unpragmatic, that the approach has been very, very selective. But remember, this will greatly benefit state like that of Bihar, which otherwise has been on the forefront of being called the Bimaru state. Andhra Pradesh is a developed state already now, but the kind of social and infrastructure development funds Andhra Pradesh has received specifically for development of 3 backward districts through multilateral developmental agency loans, etc., and for creation of new capital at Vijayawada, amounting to almost 15,000 crore rupees, is the special benefit which Andhra Pradesh has got. Bihar has received almost 11,500 crore in the name of mitigating flood, in the name of aiding irrigation projects, and project financing for creation of new corridors like that of Gaya, Rajgir, Nalanda University, Bodhi corridors, etc. So these particular states actually have gotten benefit close to almost 15 to 20,000 crore extra, and this can be termed as selective benefit. But I have a strong feeling that this will certainly go in development of backward districts, will certainly go and benefit the poor who are affected by us, who are staying nearby flood prone areas. Other than these 2 states, there are some other states which are governed again by the same government, which has again got the benefit, like that of Assam, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Sikkim, etc. They have got extra funding in the name of alleviating troubles for people suffering from landslides and floods. I believe that similar kind of an extra funding is well deserved by Kerala state with the kind of mishap we have seen currently in your state, and that too at a particular tourist destination at Wayanad. Apart from this particular negative of being a little selective, but it could be also seen as positive because it is specifically targeted to backward districts and creation of new financial support for otherwise for those who don't get. The major negative which I see is concerning the capital gain taxation. I fail to understand what has been the logic of the government. See, when I talked about the budget of continuity or continuing economic reforms, 90% of the times this budget talked about continuity and acted on this continuity aspect. But what really surprises me is the government stand on capital gain, and I feel that the continuity of capital gain regime has shaken, and it has broken the trust of the investors, and it has also increased the risk of investors. I feel that the market fears were worst realized with capital gains going up to 20% from 15%. There was no need to increase your short-term capital gain by 5%. Long-term capital gain is also, the numbers have changed from 12 and a half and 10. Now the buyback taxation. Now, if you see right from 1996, with the advent of buyback, and in 2001 from Vajpayee's regime, the kind of approach for taxing on buyback has been changing time and again. There has been no continuity. This time the government again has said that the receivers the tax buyback will be taxed in the hands of the receiver. And I feel to a greater extent this will lead to double taxation, because anyway the extra surplus in the hands of the companies is already charged on the levels of corporate rates of taxation. Again, once it is disbursed to the shareholders, again you are going to tax. It will lead to double taxation. Secondly, the government has increased security transaction taxes. Now, I think these are the dampeners. But in spite of these being dampeners, if you look at the rally which was happening in the markets, and sometimes I used to feel the kind of rally, whether it is really worth it, whether they really reflect fundamentals, I believe that some kind of corrections were required, because people were losing money with the drastic reduction in the Sensex we have seen and in the Nifty. So, with the change in investment taxation with relation to capital gains, security transaction tax, buyback tax, etc., of course, it has created some kind of fears and concerns for investors. But I believe in the long run, this will bring in some kind of corrections in the stock markets also. So the stock markets need to be cooled. Financial markets needed some cooling, and I believe that this kind of initiatives, which may be a little bad in the short run, but maybe over the period of a year or so, we will see some kind of cooling happening in the financial markets also. Other than this, I feel the strong points of this budget is, that budget has properly understood the uncertainties with reference to transfer pricing, with reference to import duties, and they have been addressed to some extent. But I feel government should have put a little more focus on addressing these issues to a greater extent. Also understand that FDI investment in India has declined in the year 23-24. Now, this is because of various factors, including higher interest rates and developed countries trying to push up more domestic investments through considerable subsidies. Now, we have not done anything in order to promote FDIs for this year. And if you look at the domestic manufacturers are also fearing that cheaper imports, because as I said, the excise taxes have been reduced, will wipe them off, because excess capacity from China probably will be dumped in India in next 1 year. So I have also told you what are the few negatives in the budget, but more or less if you look at the budget, apart from this few negatives like that of security taxation of capital gain, bringing in new security transaction tax, not addressing transfer pricing, not addressing FDIs, not addressing import duties, not addressing tax policies are a concern. But overall, 70% of the budget has brought in lot of macro positives in the economy. And in implementing the vision document of Viksit Bharat, I feel that this budget has made a pounding, what is say, has gotten pounding success in terms of creating the right allocations for the right sector. First, I'm very, very happy to see that the allocation for capex has been retained in the full-fledged budget, just like in the interim budget. And overall, the budget is promising continuity of reforms and also aiming at macroeconomic stability. And what else do you need? If your fiscal deficits are down, if your what is say growth rates are higher, if you feel that your market borrowings are going down, obviously the extra amount which is saved by the middle class and the extra amount which will be what is say invested by the private sector in the infrastructure, with government investing almost 3.5% of the total GDP in the public infrastructure, I feel the economy this year will get a much needed economic upgrade, not only in terms of the numbers for India, but also in terms of numbers or stars or the better rating which is given by international credit rating agencies. In next 3 to 4 months, you will see that the country ratings which is given by agencies like the Moody's, etc., which assesses the risk, investment risk for the nation, that particular risk will come down and the country rating or international country ratings for India will increase. I believe that we are on the right track, bearing a few negatives, and which I'm very sure the market forces will make the government make the necessary changes in the capital gains aspect, because that has been a little bit of a dampener. But leaving aside that, I believe that this budget 24-25 has laid a sound foundation for Viksit Bharat, understanding the priorities of Viksit Bharat and giving them the desired, what to say, allocations through which they are going to, what do you say, deliver the results as expected in the Viksit Bharat document. So thank you, friends. This was a small attempt for me to simplify the entire budget document in terms of how it benefits the economy, what are the major shortcomings or minor shortcomings, I must say, and how it lays a proper framework, a proper platform to for the Viksit Bharat agenda to set forward. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you, sir, for an inspiring inaugural address. Now, let's move on to the technical session. The first technical session will be handled by, by our esteemed resource person, Dr. Anna Mateen. Before we begin, I would like to invite Parvati Rajesh to introduce our resource person.
Before we move on, I would just like to thank Professor Manoj Kamath on personal behalf for accepting the invitation and delivering a lecture which summarized all aspects of the budget and also clearly showed us how it is going to have a long-term perspective, paving the path towards Viksit Bharat. Despite of his busy schedule, he accepted the invitation to be here. As I request all the students to go through his blog and also his columns, which are very informative in understanding how economics and the commerce is being applied in the real world, especially when it comes to financial sector. So once again, I thank Professor Kamath for accepting the invitation. Thank you, sir.
I also extend our gratitude to Kamit sir for joining this wonderful seminar and also giving your insights on Viksit Bharat 2047 and the Union Budget 24-25. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome our estimated keynote speaker for today's event, Dr. Anna Martin. Dr. Anna Martin is an associate professor and research supervisor at Adena Global Education UK and faculty at King Business School, Sharjah. Coming to her academic qualification, she did her PhD in Business Administration from Savitribai Phule, Pune University, and Masters in Business Economics from the University of Lucknow. Coming to her bachelor's degree, she did bachelor's in science from the University of Lucknow, and her academic credentials are increasable. Beyond her academic pursuit, Dr. Anna Martin has a wealth of practical experience in her professional field. She was an assistant professor in the Department of Economics in Pune College of Arts, Science and Commerce and Global Business School at Pune. She also been a lecturer at Time Business Studies at Uttar Pradesh. She did her PhD in topic Study of Application of Knowledge Management Process for Organizational Development in various public sector banks. She authored numerous publications, including various books and journals, which have become essential reading for the professionals in the field. And she also participated in national and international workshops, conferences, and seminars. She mainly concentrating in the area of development economics, behavior economics, financial economics, entrepreneurship, women empowerment, sustainability, banking and finance, microfinance, and financial inclusion. So we are truly fortunate to have Dr. Anna Martin to share her insight with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Anna Martin.
Thank you, Parvati, for a wonderful introduction. I'm also very happy, and it's a pleasure for me to be here for the national seminar on Viksit Bharat uh, at 2047 and the Union Budget 2024-25. I am actually, I saw Dr. Kamath, and he was just spectacular. The way he has described the entire budget, it was amazing. I'm very thankful to the Sacred Heart College team, organizing team, especially the principal, Dr. Reena Itachen, and Dr. Nejil Jacobi, for inviting me into this national seminar, which is having a very, it's something that is in, we need to talk about it, we should be discussing about it. As an economist, we should be knowing how to, understand the concepts. And like Dr. Manoj Kamath has explained each and every aspect, the major criteria on which the budget has been prepared and how it has been discussed with respect to different sectors, was wonderful. So I think the numbers and the allocation has been discussed so much in detail. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamath. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Chaco Jose, principal of Alois College and Aloysius College, Thrissur. And with this, I will start with my presentation. See, my topic is not very much into the numbers and how the budget has been allocated, but I am more concerned, or you can say dedicated on knowing that how the budget would be paving a way for Viksit Bharat. That is the ultimate aim. That is the ultimate goal of the Indian government, right? So I am just going to share my screen first, and please confirm if you can see my PPT. And one second, and then I'll start with my session. Second, I think there is some issue with the PPT. One second. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry for that technical glitch. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah. Actually, we are having. I'm based in Pune right now, and there's a lot of rain and lot of disturbance in terms of the connectivity and all. But I hope it is visible to everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, so the topic that I have chosen for presenting today, or for providing you the details of, is related to digital transformation and financial inclusion, and how does it pave a way for Viksit Bharat is the overall mm, purpose of me, giving this presentation to you all. So the digital transformation. First of all, I would like to speak about the digital transformation is basically how robust an economy can be with the ample opportunities for everyone within a nation, right? And as we all know that the vision of Viksit Bharat, it's for 2047. It's actually a very ambitious goal that requires a very transformative approach, right? So digital transformation and financial inclusion, they both, I feel, emerge as a very important drivers in achieving the goal or the vision of Viksit Bharat. So today's presentation, I have thought of detailing in depth about what the digital transformation is all about, how the financial inclusion is being spread in India, and how the objectives are being met with every new budget and every new plan that the government forms, or the government prepares, right? And we'll be discussing today that how these two pillars, the digital transformation as well as the financial inclusion, can synergize to create a more inclusive and a very prosperous India, right? So if I talk about Viksit Bharat, it is actually a way through which we have thought of. It's a vision basically, right? So wherein we want to see that every citizen enjoys a very high standard of living, and we do have the access to essential services, right? We should be able to advance ourselves in terms of the technology, in terms of the presence globally. There should be global leadership, and we should be able to see ourselves as a developed nation, right, by 2047. And to do that, to with that vision, there has to be certain aspects that needs to be done, that needs to be improved in terms of the operations. Maybe, for example, if it is infrastructure development, it has to be done, right? And we need to build a very
வீடியோ டர்ன் பண்ண பாக்க
there's someone talking in between. Please can you mute? Yeah, thank you. So building a very digital infrastructure is also very important, to have a high speed internet connectivity, and having some programs on digital literacy for empowering the citizens. They should have that digital knowledge on how they can harness the benefits of digital revolution that we are going through, right? And through the financial inclusion, like we say that digital transformation is very important. We are living it up, we are going through it, but financial inclusion is also a very important aspect, because there are still lots of people who are not in the mainstream finance, right? So financial inclusion, if I say, it refers to ensuring access to affordable finance or financial services to everyone, including the people living in rural areas or backward areas, or maybe even the vulnerable sections of the society, right? So everyone should be included, and they should be provided with the affordable financial services, right? And when we talk about financial inclusion, it is very important that we are able to empower our citizens, and also the businesses, so that they are able to lead to a better economic activity, leading to economic growth, and also leading to job creation, right? And this will also help in reduction of the poverty as well, right? So we need to focus on these aspects. As per me, I mean, I find these two aspects very important, seeing the current scenario of our country. And I feel that we need to focus on these two aspects sincerely, in order to reach um, uh, to the vision or the aim that we have planned for in Viksit Bharat, right? I'm not going to go about with the numbers. As you can see on screen, there are key budget priorities which have been discussed by Dr. Kamath, and he has very beautifully explained everything, and he has told us that how the different sectors have been provided the funding, and how will it be beneficial. And he has also critically evaluated that how these things are not very I mean, there are certain sectors, there are certain segments which have been not covered up in the current budget. That even my viewpoint is also similar. But the budget 2024-25 emphasizes
நான் mostly
priority sectors like healthcare and infrastructure, and along with that we have the education also, right? So that has been clearly, I mean, demonstrated. And if you can see on screen, I have just put in the major expenditures that the government has planned in terms of the defense, rural development, agriculture, and allied activities. So there are different funds being allocated to this different sectors, and but the foremost important is, of course, the healthcare, which is actually the foundation of a healthy nation. And there could have been an increased allocation, what I feel personally. And if you look at the other segments like the education, right? So early childhood care and education is what I feel has to be invested into, and the higher education should also get a access to more of research and development and research and innovation facilities, so that we grow into a knowledge based economy, right? So these are the aspects of key budget priorities. As you can see, we have already discussed in the previous inaugural session. Going to the next slide. My system is little slow, I think. There are various government initiatives, like I was saying, that have been taken up by the government in order to include the people from the vulnerable section into the mainstream finance. And there are certain initiatives like Jan Dhan Yojana, Digital India, Mudra Yojana, and then there is digital payment infrastructures, which actually has a purpose of promoting the financial inclusion within the Indian territory, right? And then the purpose of these programs is actually to leverage the technology. So when I say leveraging the technology, it means that the government has to make very significant decisions in terms of diving deep into social and economic development. And initiatives like Jan Dhan Yojana, which is actually a financial inclusion scheme, which has actually brought millions of people into the formal banking system, providing them with access to basic banking services, right? And then initiative like Digital India, right? So this is something that has come up to transform India into a digitally empowered society by providing them the the digital infrastructure that is required, then the digital literacy is very important, and apart from that, the digital services has to be provided. And within the Mudra Yojana, you can see that the financial assistance to the micro units, small enterprises, is being provided so that they are able to grow, and it also helps in creating employment opportunities, right? And as we all know, the digital payment infrastructure, it has been very this is a very uh, fast paced developing scheme, you can say. The government has come up with these digital payment infrastructure. It has been promoting the digital payments through the initiatives like UPI, right? So it has actually revolutionized the entire transactions, the way the transactions are done in India. So we need to see ourselves as a digital economy. So when I talk about the budget 2024-25, I feel that the government's commitment should be more towards fostering the robust digital economy, right? I feel that they should be able to put in more investments in technology and cybersecurity, and which will ultimately enhance the productivity across the various sectors, and it will also help in creating new job opportunities, and bringing in that proper digital infrastructure will actually help us um, uh, build that digital ecosystem, right? And it is going to benefit every segment of the society, which is I think the priority of the time, right? uh, right. Yeah. So now I have just included a few slides on how you understand the financial inclusion, right? So I have just said previously that financial inclusion is a process of ensuring that all the individuals and businesses, they have access to and use affordable, appropriate financial products and services, right? uh, Please mute yourself. Someone has unmuted. All right. So this is basically the process wherein it includes everything from savings and credit to insurance and payment systems, and it's also about empowering people to manage their uh, finances more responsibly and more effectively. So financial inclusion is very important for achieving the broader development goals. If we look into the goals, the vision that we have for India, we need to achieve the financial inclusion. So it can be only done when we are able to provide access to savings, access to credit, and even the insurance facilities can be provided to the people, and this will ultimately help in you know building assets. It will help in including the people in the mainstream finance, and this will actually help in reducing the poverty, right? If you have the proper credit facility, and you do have the access to finance, that is also helping you to come out of the poverty as well, right? And even the financial inclusion is important for the social equity. For example, you need to have the access to formal financial services that can actually help guide the people, and help people actually build their financial resources. They can also be they can feel protected, right, if they have the source or access to finances, right? And apart from that, it also helps in the financial services are being provided to the to every section of the society, to every person living in India, right? Apart from that, it also should be helping in promoting the overall economic growth, because the poverty will be reduced. People can use the finances to start up, to start businesses, and that will ultimately help them to improve their lives, right? They can come out of the poverty as well. But there are issues like when we talk about financial inclusion, it's very important to know that we still lack the proper infrastructure in many of the regions, and the physical infrastructure, like maybe the bank branches or maybe the ATMs are not available at many of the places, and which actually is a hindrance or a kind of challenge for a complete financial inclusion. And apart from that, I feel that financial literacy is very important. People should know, should have the knowledge and the skills to use the financial products. They should know that how they can use the financial products, how they can operate their banks, how they can access to credit. Also, there are different schemes of the government, how they can access to them. That financial literacy is very important. And I mean, these are the major challenges that we do face. And I feel that once the challenges, if we try to put in certain efforts, like we can try to expand the branches and the availability of finance to various rural and the regions which do not have access to finance. And by providing the financial education, by giving them the proper knowledge on how they can make informed financial decisions, will be actually a way to include the people in the mainstream finance, right? Okay, so the digital transformation landscape. So digital transformation is basically, as you can see, that it's an integration of digital technology uh, into all the businesses, everything, whether these are industries, small scale industries, medium industries, MSMEs, or any other kind of sector or segment within the nation. We need to integrate the digital technology into the system, right? That is very important. So when I say digital transformation, many of you must be thinking, what does it actually means? So this is a way through which we try to leverage the technology to create maybe new businesses, to create new ideas, and to help in improving the efficiency of the businesses. And it will also help in making the organizations be more adaptable, be more innovative, right? So digital transformation is basically wherein we are integrating technology. So you all must have read about and heard about the AI tools, the various machine learning technology available that are actually incorporated or used by the businesses. And we are trying to optimize the workflow and decision making through the digital processes, right? So that is the concept of digital transformation within our own economy that we are experiencing. And there are different ways through which we can see that how the digital transformation and financial inclusion are interconnected to each other, right? So digital transformation is one aspect wherein we need to focus on, and which is the need of the era, you can say, a need of the time. And when I talk about the importance of digital transformation, it is like it has immense relevance, or you can say the benefits that we have. Everything is changing, as you all must be also experiencing. How the organizations operate these days, and how do they deliver the value to the customers or citizens. And it has become more of a how the organizations are adopting the technology, the latest technology, and how they are rethinking on how they are creating their business models or their business processes. Everything is being redefined with the adoption of technology, right? And we can see that it is helping the organizations become more competitive and more relevant. And it can also be seen that many of the organizations, they have the ones who have actually modernized or adopted the latest technology are able to provide better customer service, are able to provide better services, are able to perform better in terms of the business, in terms of their own processes, right? The efficiency of the organizations have improved. The automation, the adoption of AI also has many times it has it has streamlined the process. It has actually helped us as organizations to reduce the cost, increase the productivity, and bring in that innovation that is actually required for the digital platform, right? So many of the governments can leverage data analytics to identify the emerging social issues and develop the innovative solutions, right? So we are also getting a better better satisfaction as customers. If I talk about us as customers, we have got to know how we can have personalized experiences, how we can have better feedback mechanisms, due to which we are also engaged in a more in a better way, right? And due to which we are also more satisfied in terms of the services that we get from these organizations, right? So the digital transformation has impact on certain sectors, certain areas, which are the education sector is the most important part, wherein the organizations are able to not the organizations, I'm sorry, the online learning platforms are mm, uh, using the latest technology to offer the flexible learning opportunities, and they are able to provide the learners the concept of learning on their own pace, right? They are able to even the learners are able to access a wider range of courses and the um, even the experts, right? If you want to if you want to know about a certain topic, and you could not meet your teacher, you can straight away go to a YouTube video or a tutorial, and you can understand from it. So that is the impact of digitalization, all right. And the digital classrooms, we have there are many institutions which have already started integrating technology into the classrooms. They have started having the more interactive and use of multimedia in their classrooms to be able to provide a better solution, a better idea to their learners, or experience to their learners. And then we have the even in the healthcare segment, you can see that we are able to see the adoption of digital transformation, or you can see the innovation, right? Even in agriculture, you can see there are smart farming techniques that are being adopted by the farmers, so that actually these smart farming techniques, they help the farmers to understand or identify um, the unseen weather condition, and they are able to understand, or they get an insight on how the weather pattern might be, and accordingly they can monitor their crops, and they can even monitor the health of their crops. And they're also using the digital marketplace, right? They're able to sell their products, and to the consumers, to the customers through the online platforms, right? So there has been a lot of adoption, and it has impacted the agriculture, the adoption of technology, right? Even the governance, if you see that there has been a better initiatives taken by the government through e-governance. You can see that there are online services for recently we have filed the tax, right? So tax filing system, then so many other things like for any service you can use the online service of the government. There are different portals, there are different web pages through which you can use the services. For example, if you want to apply for a passport, you can go online on the passport website, and then you can apply for the passport. I mean, all these things are actually helping to have e-governance initiatives of the government. And digital public services also, like many institutions, like we said, education and even healthcare, they are using different digital channels to provide the accessibility to their consumers, right? So it is more of a transparent and efficient administration can be done through the digital transformation. Financial inclusion, we have discussed that ensuring that the individuals and businesses, they do have access to useful and affordable financial products is the need of the hour. It is something that is being done throughout, but then we need to focus more diligently on this particular area so that we are able to meet up the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, right? And like we have discussed, that financial inclusion is a very essential component which would help in reducing the poverty, which can help in promoting economic growth, and also we can bring in the social equity within the nation, right? The impact areas of financial inclusion includes the economic participation, like we say, that it actually enables the actually financial inclusion is a catalyst, right? It is actually helping the people to to participate within the economy, right? They do provide through this particular feature, we are able to provide access to banking services, to credit services, or maybe even insurance services to the people, and it actually empowers them to participate in the formal economy. Since they have the access to financial services, they do have the ability to transition from informal to formal economic activities, right? So ultimately, they are contributing in revenue generation for the nation, and for the growth of the nation as well, right? And the impact of financial inclusion is also on reducing the poverty. It is one very important tool. Like, see, uh, if you have a savings account, so you are able to save some amount on a regular basis, which will actually help you accumulate the funds for you, and will help you to be ready for any unforeseen tragedy or problem maybe in the future. So all your future needs, you are preparing yourself by building assets, by creating the finances for yourself, right? And it also helps in reducing the poverty. Like, how would it help in reducing the poverty? Because I am able to save something for myself for future, and I will be able to do it on a regular basis. So something that I'm going to save, I might, whenever I need it, in in certain times, we might use it. So that will actually help in strengthening you, right, as an individual. And even for creating employment opportunities, the access to credit would always enable the people who want to start a small business, or maybe the ones who have that entrepreneurship qualities. They can set up new businesses. They can also help in creating new jobs for the other people. And for one very important factor for financial inclusion is related to women empowerment. So women empowerment is wherein we try to bridge in the gap, the gender gap, in economic participation and decision making. So we try to these women are more likely to invest in family resources, basically in education or healthcare, if they do have the access to financial services. And the women, they feel empowered, right? They do have the ability to manage their finances, to mitigate the risk maybe, or to understand how they can prepare themselves for a better future, right? So it's very, very important for empowering women to include them in the mainstream finance. And then we have the microfinance and SMEs, like you can see that financial inclusion is closely linked with the growth and development of microfinance institutions, and SMEs, basically MSMEs also. They do provide services to these sectors as well. Now, in the budget 2024-25, there have been allocations related to digital transformation that I have put in over here. As you can see, that the Union Budget 24-25 has placed a very strong emphasis on the digital transformation, and it has recognized the potential to drive economic growth, improve the governance, and enhance the lives of the citizens. So there has been budget allocations related to digital infrastructure. So digital infrastructure is very much important, right? This basically includes the expansion of maybe broadband connectivity, especially in the rural areas, right? To bridge that digital divide, right? And then e-governance facility has been put into action. The budget has earmarked funds for the development and expansion of digital public services, which might include, like I said, the various government facilities and services through online mode, right? And cybersecurity, there has been various allocations of the government in terms of maintaining a strong cybersecurity infrastructure that should actually help to fight the risks and threats that arise due to cybercrime and cyber functions, right? And innovation and startups also, it has to, I mean, there has been allocations in terms of um, the encouragement of bringing in innovation. The budget has provided support for startups and research and development in emerging technologies. So this is actually a very important part that has been kept in mind while allocating the budget. Okay, and there have been key programs and initiatives that have been taken up by the government. You can see that there is a Digital India program. We all have been seeing that we are trying to make India digitally empowered, right? And we want to make India a knowledge economy. So for that, the Digital India program is being I mean, this initiative is being taken up by the government by providing digital literacy, e-governance, and digital infrastructure as well, right? Then we have the BharatNet project, wherein they have put in the ways through which you can provide broadband connectivity to all the gram panchayats in the country. And unified payment systems, all of you must be using it. Many of you must be using it. UPI has actually revolutionized the way the digital payments are being done in India, and it has actually, all these investments and all these initiatives that has been taken up by the government is actually going to have a very profound impact on the Indian economy, and we will be able to meet up uh, the requirements of uh, Viksit Bharat. Actually, I am facing some issues with this system. I'm sorry for the delay. Yeah. So, okay. So these are the budget allocation in figures in digital infrastructure, e-governance, cybersecurity, and innovation and startups that the government has planned for this year. The source of this information has been mentioned in the references, and Next, we want to see that how financial inclusion has dealt in the in the current budget. So this the current budget has placed a very strong emphasis on financial inclusion. It has actually recognized the pivotal role in driving economic growth. So we do have allocations for support for digital payments, right? The government has prioritized the digital payments for various institutions by offering incentives for cashless transactions and also for expanding the digital payments infrastructure. And within the microfinance and rural banking, the this particular aspect has been recognized by expanding the scope of providing the financial literacy, providing setting up various awareness programs, awareness campaigns for improving the financial literacy of the rural people, right? And then we also have the social security schemes. The government has also strengthened direct benefit transfers through digital platforms by allocating the funds for expanding the coverage of the direct benefit transfer programs, right? And like we say that there are certain initiatives like Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana and Aadhaar and direct benefit transfer. Even the microfinance and self-help groups are also, these are the different initiatives that the government has taken up to help in expanding or meeting up the requirement of financial inclusion within the nation. So there is a synergy. I have discussed this at the start of the session that there is a synergy between digital transformation and financial inclusion. So there has to be a leverage, right? So the integration of initiatives, the financial institutions, they actually deliver a wide range of services to the the underserved populations. So there are payments include, there are savings and accounts include, credit and insurance facilities are also included, right? So we do have to understand that how the integration has been done. We want to know that the digital platforms have been leveraged in a way that uh, we are able to provide the financial services to the people in the most remote areas or most backward areas, or maybe in the rural areas as well. Mobile banking facilities have been provided, and digital ID systems. So I mean, as you see on screen, fintech companies, the digital ID systems, the mobile banking, these are the ways through which you're kind of creating a synergy between digital transformation and financial inclusion, right? So when we have included the various aspects of digital transformation and financial inclusion in the budget, the current budget, we see that there would be an impact on economic growth. We would be seeing that there will be a contribution of digital transformation and financial inclusion on the overall growth or progress of the country, right? So they can be considered as key economic drivers. They do help in increasing the efficiency, productivity, innovation. So ultimately, it is going to help in the in a better growth for the nation, right? And like we have also discussed, that it is going to help us in creating job. There will be a major these if we transform ourselves into a digital economy, we will be a major source of job creation. We will be able to have new roles for the people to join with the emerging technology, and with the financial services that are being provided, right? So financial inclusion also has the power to foster entrepreneurship, right? That will also lead to job creation. Even the productivity, the digital technologies and financial inclusion do enhance the productivity of the organizations by maybe in streamlining the processes or maybe by reducing the costs, right? So there would be these are the benefits that we get in terms of the economic growth. Then we have the benefits in terms of the social equity, which is very important in the current scenario. If you see, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening, so we have to see that how that social equity can be maintained. Reducing the inequality is the very important aspect if we need to achieve the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, right? So if we try to provide the access to financial services and digital technologies, we bring in the digital technologies, then we can also help in bridging this gap between the maybe urban and rural areas, or maybe the income disparities those are available that we can see in our nation, right? And it also will help in, like we discussed in the previous slide, that women empowerment can also be achieved because women are the one which are I mean which are not included in the mainstream finance. There are especially the ones in the rural areas or the backward areas. So we need to have more participation in the workforce for women, and we need to have a better projects wherein we can include women in the mainstream finance, in the mainstream economy, and that will actually help in improving the decision making within the households as well. And then access to services. So digital transformation will automatically help in improving the access to essential services like I said, healthcare or education. You can enroll for different courses online from your own place if we have a proper digital infrastructure in place, right? So there are many benefits that we can get through the uh, incorporation of digital transformation and financial inclusion within our economy. There are various challenges and solutions that I have just put in slides over here. So there is first challenge is digital divide. That digital divide, it actually means that there's a disparity in access to digital technologies between the urban areas and the rural areas, right? So this digital divide actually limits the opportunities for individuals and businesses in rural regions. So we need to, this is actually a challenge which we need to address to. Then cybersecurity threats, that is also true, that we need to have a proper system, proper enhanced security system which can protect the sensitive financial data, and also build our trust in the digital platforms, right? And there has to be a regulatory framework, that there should be a regulatory institution that should actually foster innovation, and that should also look out for the improvement in terms of the services being provided. The solution to this can be done by, I have just put in a few solutions, that we can do a public-private partnership. That can be an essential way of bridging the digital divide. And we can also have capacity building programs, like training programs, wherein we can invest in digital and financial literacy programs, so that we are able to empower individuals, so they are able to develop the necessary skills that is required to sustain in a digital economy, right? And then we should also try to bring in the innovative technologies, right? We already are using it, but we need to make them more stronger, more we need to improve them in terms of they are able to meet up the challenges that we have seen, and they are able to provide the improved service that is required. The future prospects and vision 2047. So we have long-term sustainable goals, and then we have certain. There's a vision that I have put in over here for your reference. So long-term sustainable goals include that there has to be sustainable development. When we are integrating digital and financial initiatives together, it should be integrated with the environment sustainability also, right? We should have the emerging technologies should be harnessed in a very positive way, and that will actually help in driving innovation and efficiency, right? And this will lead to continuous innovation. So the vision 2047, the ultimate goal is to transform India into a developed nation by 2047. And this can only happen when we have a robust economy with a high standard of living for all the citizens, right? There should be a society where everyone has got the equal opportunities and access to essential services, and we are we are I mean, digitally innovated. I mean, we have the digital innovation. We have adopted the digital innovation in a very positive manner. So that is how I think, if this vision is achieved, or if we want to achieve this vision, India must position itself as a global leader, right? So we have to develop ourselves to be a leader in digital technology and financial inclusion. This will actually help us also to attract more investments, develop ourselves as a world class country, and we can also shape ourselves as a developed nation of the world, right? So these are the future prospects that I expect, and this is all that I have for today's presentation. And I hope you must have understood or recognized the importance of financial inclusion and digital transformation for a vision that we are having for ourselves and for our country in 2047. So this is all from my side. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. If you are having any questions, I am open to take up that. Yes, Subia. Subia has raised a hand. Can you please see? I'm so happy to see you, Subia. I know Sir so well, and he's in one of my acquaintance. So I'm happy that you were here. All right. So we have a few questions here. Someone is asking about the attendance. So can you please work on that? And this is a question by someone has raised hand also. Mm, okay, so my Mishma Davis has a question. What are the key digital infrastructure gaps that hinder broader economic benefits in India? See, I have discussed this in our presentation. We do have still the digital infrastructure has to be developed, and it has to be provided to the rural and remote areas, especially the internet connectivity. See, I reside in Pune, and being here, it's one of the you can say metro cities of India, but still I face the issue of internet connectivity. Whenever there is a change in weather, if there is a drastic condition, I do face that drawback, right? So I feel that if we are able to provide proper internet connectivity and access to the people residing in rural and remote areas, can be very beneficial, right? And just give me one moment, please. Yes, apologies for the disturbance in between. And also, I discussed about digital literacy, right? So I have spoken that if we have proper facilities for educating the people is one very important aspect that will actually help in reducing this gap, and we will be able to have more economic benefits, right? Beshma, I think I have answered your question. Even there are, we can include more aspects like infrastructure development can be done. We can make uh, these services, the financial services and the digital services, more affordable for the people living in rural or backward areas, right? So, Bishma, I think if there's anything else you want to ask me, you can just ask me. I hope I have answered your question. Next question is by Akila. So, thank you, Mishma. What are the key challenges in implementing digital initiatives in public sector? uh, there are so many challenges, like we see when we are talking about budget. The first challenge is budget constraint that we have, right? That is one way through which we can say that the budget is actually a hindrance on how we can implement the technologies or have more included financial services to the people living in the uh, mm, rural areas and all, right? That is one very important reason. Apart from that, I think we can have more regulatory institutions should comply with the policy or the policies that will actually help in adopting the technology in a more secure manner. Cyber security, right? That is very important. And there has to be some ways of, we need to have a more secure way of providing the adequate funding to these particular segment, right? That is very important. And even digital literacy, like I said, enhancing the skill of the people and providing them with the necessary knowledge and information is very important. So I think these are the ways through which we can. I mean, there are challenges that we have already discussed, but we have to sort ways through which we can meet up these challenges, or we can face these challenges. I hope I answered Akila your question.
Ma'am, there are few questions for you in the YouTube. I'll read out it for you. Ma'am, the question is, how are the startup leverages digital technologies to disrupt the traditional?
I cannot hear you very clearly. I cannot hear you clearly. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, the question is,
Hmm.
uh, how are the startup leveraging digital technologies to disrupt the traditional industries in India?
Startups are actually one very important what do you say, organizations, I would say, who are actually adopting and implementing the latest technology or the innovative business models. I have also seen recently, if you see, there are many examples of startups in India. Like we had Nika, we had Nika, which sells the beauty products, and it was a startup, and how it has leveraged the technology. You can see how it has grown over the years, the way it has reached to each and every woman. Not only women, I think even men are using Nika to get the product. So, if I'm getting your question right, I do understand that startups do play a very important role in leveraging the technology. They are the ones who can actually take up the risk to innovate themselves, because they are at very start stage in their life. And the businesses which are already established, which are into which are established, basically for them it would take more time, it would be more difficult to implement the changes, because that would require to train your employees, that would require to bring in a proper change management system within the organization. But I think startups do play a very important role in leveraging the technology and in adopting the technology that can give us good results. You can see that many organizations recently, many startups, in India we have had who have been able to do business successfully by implementing the innovative technologies.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you have another question too in the
Yeah.
YouTube streaming. The question is, how can India bridge the digital divide to ensure all segments of society benefit from digital initiatives?
How can India bridge the digital divide?
Yes.
Uh, Infrastructure development is one very important aspect. I have just discussed. I think my first question that Mishma has asked, it was related to. It was very similar. See, we do have problems in terms of the penetration of internet or connection to the rural and remote areas, right? That has to be bridged up. I mean, that we have to develop. We have to develop our infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, that is actually a kind of hindrance in not being able to meet up our goals, right? So we need to have a proper development of maybe high-speed broadband networks, maybe, or we can also have the provision of even electricity supply is something which is not very consistent in these backward and rural areas. So this power supply issue should also be resolved, and we need to put up different ways of how we can create more cost effective devices, or maybe the services that we can provide to the people, because their income is not up to the mark, and for them it is difficult to use the maybe smartphones or maybe computers or even maybe the internet services, right? So we have to bring in the financial inclusion. We have to bring in the people to a level where they have the affordability to use smartphones, maybe computers, and other devices, or maybe internet connectivity as well, right? So once there are so many hindrances that we still face if we go to a rural area or a backward area, and we see that there is a lack of basic education facilities, basic infrastructure facility, basic even power supply, like I said, right? So these are the issues that needs to be sorted, that needs to be resolved. It can be done slowly and steadily, but yes, this need to be resolved to bridge in that gap, to bring in the nation in a very progressive state and meet up the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation and the wonderful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for giving me the time and listening to me, and thank you Dr. Nejil and Dr. Shaku Jose for providing me this opportunity. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
As we conclude this session, I would like to invite Ms. Anju PB, a faculty member from the Department of Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to extend my sincere gratitude to our great gratitude to our inaugural session and the technical session in our national seminar, Viksit Bharat 2047 and Union Budget 2024 and 25. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Manoj Kamath for his inaugural session. It's provided with a valuable insights. Sir gave an overview of the budget for 2024-25 and Viksit Bharat 2047. We are very thankful for your presence. I extended my deepest gratitude for Sir. Thank you. Then next, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Anna for her valuable session and her talk on digital transformation and financial inclusion, paving the way for Viksit Bharat 2047, gave us insightful perspectives on this important vision. Once again, I am thankful for your presence and presentation. I extended my deeply gratitude for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This was the end of the first technical session. Next, I like to invite Dr. Liji Malikil, the Assistant Professor in the Department of Economics of Vimala Autonomous College, Thrissur, to chair the paper presentation session. I invite Alfonso to call upon the participants for their presentation.
Hi everyone. Just a reminder that in this session, we have 7 presentations lined up. Each presentation should be completed within 10 minutes. After each presentation, there will be a question and answer session. Now let's move on to the presentation. I would like to welcome Dr. M.K. Ganeshan, Assistant Professor of Management Studies at MIT Engineering College, to talk about the topic Economic Growth and Development in Bharat at 2047. Sir, please.
Alfonso, I think he is not there. You may call the second person.
Okay, sir. Next, I would like
Hello, Ganesh sir is here.
Sir, are you there?
Arjun.
Participants,
Ganesh sir.
Ma'am, I think he's not the.
He's not in this platform. Okay, right. We'll call the next person.
Next, I would like to invite P. Dhanabalan, and second MA economy student from Bharati University, to discuss about the topic Strategic Planning for Viksit Bharat 2047 and the role of the Union Budget 2044 to 25 in shaping India's economic future. Sir, please.
Whether Dhanabalan is there. If he is there, kindly join. I think he's also not there. So, Alfonso, you may call the next person.
Okay, sir. I would like to welcome Hani Soni, a research scholar from the Department of Commerce at Dr. Harrison Gore Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, to discuss about the topic budgetary allocation and the impact on India's development goals, a case study of Union Budget 2024 to 25. Sir, please. Sir, are you there?
Alfonso, you may call the name and let's check whether any presenter is there. You just call upon the names.
Sir, Arunima Agrawal, Dr. Rosie Bansal, R. Rajan Babu.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Yeah, Dr. Rosie is there.
Rosie is here.
Yeah, let's start with Dr. Rosie.
Rajan Babu is here.
We can inform the others. We can inform others.
Yeah, Rajan Babu is there and Rosie is there. So let's call the first
Hello,
person.
everyone.
Arunima Agrawal has also joined.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you may present Arunima.
Yeah, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arunima Agrawal from the Department of Commerce, Dr. Hari Singh Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. I am going to present, as my PPT is my laptop, so I am not sharing the screen, but backing the camera. Is my presentation is visible for everyone?
Arima, excuse me, it is better to share the slide.
Actually, ma'am, I am unable to share my screen, so I am showing you my presentation with the help of camera only.
It's
Is
not
it okay, ma'am?
It is not visible. It is not visible, da.
Arunima, have you mailed your presentation?
So, ma'am, can I present?
Have you mailed your presentation, Arunima?
No, at present I am not mailed.
Okay, if
If
so,
you mail, someone can present, someone can share.
you may mail your presentation, and I just call upon Dr. Rosie.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Can you present it now, Dr. Rosie?
Okay, sir. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay. Arunima, you may
Okay,
take.
sir. Give me 2 minutes. I am mailing.
Okay, no problem. Dr. Rosie, can you present it now? Dr. Rosie.
Sorry, sir. I don't.
Okay, Arunima, you may mute, no problem. Dr. Rosie Singla, can you present it now? Are you there? Okay. Rajan Babu, can you present it now? Rajan Babu?
Sir, wait for a few minutes. I'm working on it.
Fine. Okay.
Rosie was here, I think. Dr. Rosie Benzel.
Yeah, she is there, but I don't know why she's not talking.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Arunima.
Sir, I mailed you. You can check.
Okay. You may start. We will present it from our side.
Okay, sir. My topic of presentation is insights into the Viksit Bharat 2047, analyzing the Union Budget 2024-25 for sustainable development and economic growth. In light of the mentioned vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, or the creation of developed India by the century year of independence. Viksit Bharat 2047 is the visionary roadmap aimed at transforming India into a sustainable, developed nation by the century of its independence. The initiative focuses on fostering economic growth, enhancing infrastructure, ensuring social equity, and promoting sustainable development. The vision encapsulates ambitious goals, including achieving in a US 10 trillion economy, providing high quality healthcare and education, ensuring environmental sustainability, and positioning India as a global leader in innovation and technology. So, in this presentation, I will first start from the introduction of the Viksit Bharat and then focusing on the areas of Viksit Bharat, overview of the Union Budget 24-25, highlights of the budget, then key insights of this analysis and the conclusion. Starting from the introduction of the Viksit Bharat vision, uh, as we know that Viksit Bharat aimed for the development of the India to be as an developed nation and focuses on the growth enhancing infrastructure, ensuring social equity, and promoting sustainable development. The Union Budget 2024-25 that align with this vision, addressing key sectors and initiatives that will shape the future of this nation. Viksit Bharat also aims to transform India into a global leader across the various sectors. The various sectors include sustainability, inclusivity, innovation, etc. That present at the present way, I can say that economic growth, healthcare, education, and infrastructure developed for sustainable development and economic growth may be the key focus areas that is included in the vision of the Viksit Bharat. Each area as it crucial for the development of the economy. So these key focus areas should be involved in the budget of the country. So the present government as focuses on the vision of the Viksit Bharat in the Union Budget 2024-25. So I am introducing you first the Union Budget 2024-25. Union Budget outlines of the financial roadmap for the achieving of the goals of Viksit Bharat. It allocates resources to strategically to the sectors of the development and objectives and nation's priorities. Uh, I am first sharing you how the union budget, what are the key focus areas or highlights of the union budget. First highlight is economic reform and physical management. Second is infrastructure and connectivity. Third is social welfare and environmental generation. Fourth is healthcare and education, sustainability and environment, digital India innovations. These all are included in the key focus areas of the union budget. In this budget, what is the key insights of this analysis? As I have analyzed all the budget on the basis of the data available on the different websites. It may be newspaper of India Express. I also see the article of the Drashti IS, the Union Indian Press Bureau, etc. So on that basis, I have find out the some focus areas of this budget. First, I am sharing what the main highlights of the budget. So, as we see that the expenditure of this present budget is increased by 8.5%, which is higher than the previous year, and the receipt is it 32 lakhs 7,200 crore, which is 15% higher from the previous one. GDP, as we focus that The nominal GDP growth rate 10.5% in the 2024-25. Deficit, as we see here, that 1.8% of the GDP. New schemes, for the purpose of new schemes, as we see that rupees 62,593 crores has been allocated to the Department of Economic Affairs for the new budget. So on this basis of this data, we can analyze all the purposes of this budget. So what I have found that first, enhancing education skills and budget. Budget emphasis on the importance of the education and the skills development of to prepare the workforce of the future challenges. Initiatives aimed at improving accessibility and quality of the education, which will empower the youth and contribute to the nation. As on my analysis, what I have seen, the government focuses on most for the youth. Sir, please, next, yes, sir, this slide focuses on the youth for the skill development. And next is healthcare sector. Uh, so on this budget, Union Budget 2024, prioritized sector is healthcare, focuses on the universal access and quality access. Uh, so all these sectors, as which may be education, economic growth, infrastructure development, which include development of world-class infrastructure, including roadmap, railways, airways, expanding digital infrastructure, social equity, etc. All these shows uh, that government focuses on the sustainability and the environmental aspects. So I had concluded that as the vision of the Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, the key insight of the Union Budget 2024-25 focuses on fostering the collaboration among the stakeholders. India can achieve sustainable development and prosperity, which may be economic prosperity, environmental prosperity, and each and every aspect, which may becoming an India as a developed country. All the aspects has focused on the Union Budget 2024-25. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Sir, I have completed.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Alfonso, you may call the next presenter.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome R. Rajan Babu, Assistant Professor in the Department of Economics at ST Hindu College, Nagarkoil. Today, Mr. Babu will present on Pathways to a Developed India, Achieving Gender Equality and Financial Inclusion for Women. Sir, please.
Also, Alfonso, you may call him once again. I think he's not there. Okay, MG Ganesh. Oh, okay. Rajan Babu is presenting. Fine. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, Rajan, you're audible.
Okay. Can you able to visualize my PPT?
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So I am Rajan Babu, Assistant Professor of Economics, ST Hindu College, Nagarkoil. So my topic is pathways to develop India with achieving gender equality and financial inclusion for women. So, Viksit Bharat is a vision to make India a developed nation by 2047, the 100th years of independence. The visions focus on youth, poor, women, and farmers. This paper presents a strategic roadmap to achieve this vision, emphasizing the critical role of women's financial inclusion in driving such sustainable and inclusive growth. So, there's a historical context and current status. Since gaining independence in 1947, India has made remarkable progress in various fields. The economic liberalization of the 90s set the stage for rapid growth, lifting milestones out of poverty. So, however, the challenges such as income inequality, inadequate health care, gender disparity, and environmental degradation persist. So, women in particular face significant barriers to economic participation and financial inclusion. So, today, India stands at crossroads with a strong foundation, but a long way to go achieve comprehensive and inclusive development. So, a developed India in 2047 will be measured by high GDP per capita, elevated human development index, advanced infrastructure and technology, universal access to quality education and healthcare, environmental sustainability, and gender equality and women's financial inclusions. So, economic growth and development. To sustain economic growth, India must invest in research and development, fostering innovation hubs, and leveraging digital technologies to drive productivity and competitiveness. So, creating a favorable ecosystem through policies, access to capital, and marketable market opportunities, special programs to support women entrepreneurs. So, modernizing industries, adopting advancement manufacturing technologies, and to a knowledge-based economy. So, encouraging women's participation is traditionally male-dominated sectors. So, women's financial inclusion is a critical for economic growth and development. So, ensuring women have equal access to banking, credit, insurance, and investment services. So, promoting financial literacy among women through the targeted programs. So, establishing support networks, mentoring programs, and training for women in business and leadership roles, providing easier access to credit and financial services. So, implementing policies that support women's economic empowerment, such as equally pay legislations, maternity benefits, and child care support. So, prominenting gender-sensitive budgeting at all government levels. So, social development will be driven by education, healthcare, social inclusions. So, ensuring universal access to quality education, improving crucial standards for fostering a culture of lifelong learning, focus on reducing gender gap in educational attainment. So, expanding healthcare infrastructure, implementing strong public health policies, and ensuring affordability and accessibility. So, addressing women's health issues comprehensively, including mental and reproductive health. So, addressing gender disparities, supporting marginalized communities, and implementing effective poverty alleviations programs. So, the program social justice, women rights, and inclusive growth. So, the modernization infrastructure is crucial for development. So, developing efficient and sustainable transport network, including high-speed rail, metro system, and road connectivity, ensuring safe and accessibility public transportation for women. So, investing in renewable energy sources, modernizing power grid, and ensuring energy security. So, prompting energy efficiency and sustainable practices. So, promoting smart cities, sustainable urban planning, and efficient wages management systems. Okay. So regarding environmental sustainability, the effective governance, the environmental sustainability requires climate acting policies to mitigate climate changes, reducing carbon emission, and promoting green technologies. So participating in global climate initiatives and increasing the share of renewable energy in the energy mix, promoting solar, wind, and biomass energy projects. So encouraging community-based renewable energy initiatives. So conservation, regarding promoting conservation practices, protecting biodiversity and ensuring sustainable use of natural resources, implementing the foresting and reforestation programs. So effective governance is the cornerstone of development. Good governance, policy making, formulating policies that are inclusive, forward-looking, and evidence-based, engaging stakeholders in the policy-making processes, and leveraging technology to enhance governance and services delivery, implementing digital platform for public services, promoting digital literacy, and ensuring data security. Okay, so gender equality and women's financial inclusion. So achieving gender equality and empowering women financially are vital for India's development. So implementing policies that are ensure equal pay, promote women's participation in the workforce, and support women entrepreneurs. So facilitating women's access to banking, credit, insurance, and investment services, promoting financial literacy among women. So establishing support networks, mentorship programs, and training for women in business and leadership roles, strengthening laws and policies that protect women's rights, ensure gender equality, and provide resource for discrimination and violence. So pathway to achieve gender equality financial inclusion. So the primary and secondary education ensure that all girls have access to quality education, implemented scheme to reduce dropout rates among the girls, and promote higher education and vocational training for women, establish scholarship and grants especially for women in STEAM fields, and implement widespread financial literacy program tailored for women to improve their understanding of financial products and services. So access to financial crisis simply the process for women to open bank account and promote use of digital banking services in rural and semi-urban areas. So provide microfinance opportunities and low interest loan to women entrepreneurs. Uh, Establish credit guarantee scheme to encourage bank to lend to women, and develop and promote insurance products that cater to the needs of women, particularly in rural areas. So implement policies to encourage women's participation in the workforce, such as flexible working hours and maternity leave, etc. So provide training and mentorship programs for women entrepreneurs, establish uh, innovation centers and innovation hubs for women-led startups. Then the create platforms to connect women entrepreneurs with market support in e-commerce through training resources. So implementing gender responsive budgeting at all levels of government to ensure resources are allocated efficiently to promote gender equality. To strengthen laws against gender discriminations in the workplace and ensure strict enforcement of these laws, uh, and enhance legal framework to protect women from violence and harassment, and implement community policing and women's safety initiatives. So conduct nationwide campaign to change societal attitude towards women, promote benefits of gender equality and women's financial inclusion, to enhance local communities in promoting women's rights and financial inclusion, to work with community leaders to address cultural barriers. So highlight successful women as role models. So establish mentorship programs where successful women can guide and support others. So I may conclude that so achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat requires a versatile approach involving all stakeholders, government, private sector, and civil society. So strategic planning, innovation, inclusivity, sustainability, and gender equality must guide for our efforts. By working together, we can realize the dreams of a prosperous, equitable, and developed India that finally includes and empowers women. So gender equality and women's financial inclusion are not only a moral imperative but also economic necessity that will boost India towards sustainable and uh, inclusive growth. Uh, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Rosie Bansal from GSS DGS Classa College, Patiala. Dr. Bansal will address us on the topic Nourishing Viksit Bharat at 2047, the impact of Union Budget 2024 to 25 on the food processing sector. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, are you there?
Please switch on the mic, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you hear us? Is it audible? Hello?
I think she is trying to present the PPT. Hello, Dr. Rosie. Shall we start?
I think she has some technical issues. Alfonso, you may call the another person.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
I would like to.
wait. She's there. Alfonso, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. I think Rosie is going to present now. Hello? Rosie Singla, can you hear us?
Otherwise, is ready, right?
Okay, Alfonso, you may call next one presenter.
Okay, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. M.K. Ganeshan.
Yeah. If I'm audible?
Yes. Yes.
Actually, nothing is audible from your side.
I'm not getting. Okay. Please increase the volume, ma'am. Increase the volume of your system. Okay, if it is low.
Ma'am, if there is any issue, you may sign out and sign in again. And MK Ganeshan is there. So, sir, you may present.
Can you see my?
Yes, yes, yes.
Can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Present.
Yeah, this is MK Ganesan, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, MIT Engineering College, Trichy, Tamil Nadu. So my research topic is economic growth and development in Bharat, Viksit Bharat in at 2047. So introduction is India is the turning point for last 10 years. So achieve some of these major milestones. So in 21st century, India's century, that is countries provide to feature confident capabilities. It is now uh, fifth largest economy in the world today. So in 2027, the world's third largest economy will that like gross domestic product across US $5 trillion economy, million trillion economy which contribute the development of the nation. It's called as the Viksit Bharat. So some of this we taken for other countries were turning point with some achieve rapid growth. We can say that Japan is one of the countries to miracle to erupt the world economy and establish the global economic powerhouses. And Germany, we can say that like manufacturing sectors and the technology for is raising standard livings. We can say that rapid economic growth and from the Germany point of view. And Singapore is one of the countries major richest nations in the world because of marketing and other technologies of it caters. And another country, South Korea, is, we can say that the transforms of economic dramatically change is the livelihood and others. And Viksit Bharat is as called as Viksit Bharat is a developed India. The government vision to transform the country without the development by the 100 years independence in 2047. So the four pillar of the Viksit Bharat is Yuva, Garib, and Maila, and Anada. Anada means farmers. So some of these point we can say the Viksit Bharat structure transformations. So like manufacturing and service sectors and organizing labor market, we can say that like skill and employment workers, efficient fair labor regulations and all, and reducing the informalities and promote social protection and labor productivities and increase the competitiveness. We can say that innovation of farms, improving equality and diversity of the product and services. We can say the domestic and international market go through the dynamism and export and other attractive investments. Another one is improving the financial and social inclusions. We can say that like financial service and social welfare schemes because of poor and marginality groups and improve the income, savings, and consumptions, as well as the health and education and empowerment. Another is government reforms like policies and rules of laws, accountability, transparency, and storage and other participations. We can say that deliver the some of the purchased goods and services and reduce the corruptions and trust the lignitifies. And this is some comes under the government's reforms. Another is sizing the opportunities of green revolution. We can say that now is India has GDP 17%. Another we can say that services sector the more than 56% is GDPs. But in agriculture sector there is some of this is latest. I will explain the details about the agriculture and other sectors GDP contributions. So such as renewable energies and energy efficiency and climate resilience, this called as a greenhouse gas emissions, intimate government degradation and create some of the opportunity growth and developments. So objective of the study is to analyze the key driven economic growth in Bharat from 20 onwards 2047 to evaluate the impact government policy and reforms on sustainable development. Third objective is to examine the role of digital transmission or information technology and other innovation in the economic development. And fourth objective to investigate the regional disparities in income inequality. And fifth objective is to forecast future economic trends and challenges. So some of the review of literature, more than 20 articles are reviewed. There are some of the Banerjee 2024, the technology innovation and economic growth, India's path 2047. It's mentioned that about the like digital governance and partnership with the global and R&D institutions. So some of the technology innovations. So for driven the economic transmissions and sustainable investments. So these are been mentioned. And the Radhakrishnan R 2023 Economic Transmissions and Vision India 2047 studies highlight the strategic plan Vision India at 2040. So targeting about the $30 trillion economy by 2040. So some of the highlighting the innovation and the infrastructure and achievement sustainability. So, and another is Sarma's 2022, the green growth and sustainability in India economic roadmap. This paper has mentioned that some of these reducing target for the carbon and renewable energy and green growth, some of the long-term economic stability. So India has changed some of the policies for the sustainable objectives. Some of the articles you mentioned that about the economic growth and like up to 100 years what is the impact of colonialism and modern economic developments. So some of the articles in natural resource and economic growth and some mentioned that review of literature and findings. So based on the research methodology I collected based on the secondary data from some of the websites like government websites and Google Scholar and mainly other softwares and all. So India's tremendous gap to challenges. Some of these capabilities how we can say that like poverty and another schemes with that some of these how we can do for transformative impact institutes like sports we can Kalo India's like there are more than 100 medals of in recent Asian games and Jan Dhan Yojana is more than 40 crore people like account bank account that ensuring that financial inclusion something people executive take and COVID vaccines. India is the only country to more than we can say 20 crore receipt. We can say that the vaccines and all world largest vaccination programs. We can say the health achievement. We can say the human histories and there are more than we can say vaccine inventories about more than 23 crore vaccine for free cost of 98 countries. So is the global health and well-being supported for India. And Chandrayaan is the first country to launch South Pole for the moon demonstration for excellent science. We can say that like some of the technological innovations, science and technologies. Another is climate goals. India is the only country which is covered Paris 2015 climate committing 9 years ahead time to meeting 40% of power capacity for non-fossil fuels. So it's raising of global standings. Another is some of this like digital public infrastructures. So we can say that building the speed and India will be the leader of the digital age and explain detail in one of the PPTs. Another infrastructure expansions. So there are some of this railway track construction, metro train. There are some of the institutes and airport. There are 74 to 148. So India is standing for G20. Some of these users and people-centric inclusive development. There are some of these like digital type public infrastructure promoted financial inclusion depending on the GSTs and strengthening financial sector, saving credit and investments back to track. And we can say that this India's world dollar GDP growth, we can compare to 2014. Uh, the rate of GDP dollar is increasing. So in these slides, so another is Garib Kalyan, Desh Kalyan. So DPT, direct benefit transfer, world saving 2.7 lakh crores and 25 crore people moving to the multi-dimension poverties. Create assistance to 78 lakh street vendors to under Pradhan Mantri's Niti Yojana. So some of the declined ratio of state that another is empowering the youth. We can say that youth Skill India missions 1.4 crore youth trained. Another is entrepreneurial aspirations. So 43 crore loans sanctioned under the PM Mudra Yojanas. There are some of this in 2014 the 16 Indian Institute of Technologies and started 2033. So aims we can say that 2014-7. So 2022 there are aims 22.
Can you summarize your presentation?
Yes. So some of this Nari Shakti, sustainable development and inclusive development aspects, statistics, comparative studies, recent performance Indian economy like GDPs and unemployment, and some of this gross national product and digital transmission, the growth slides I mentioned. And this is one of the important slides, agriculture, industry and service sectors. 2023, there are 54% service sector and agriculture is 20 and 20, industry 26. And in 2047, there are agriculture sectors, we can say that 12% and industry 34 and service sector is protected like we can 56%. So huge scope up for the information and communication technologies. There are some of these objective based and conclusive adapting the holistic approach to value happiness and well-being along with the economic growth. India can achieve the more sustainable and fulfilling the development strategies. So Bharat as a significant economic growth development, strategic investment in technology, renewable energy and education is very vital concept for this Viksit Bharat, and major policy reform for the infrastructure and innovation and inclusive growth for result of economics. So increase the focus of sustainable practices and digital transformation is we can say that is a global leader in servicing the industries of India. So some of the challenges we can say that inequality and the regional disparities remain a necessity for continuing with the toward the equitable transfer
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Rosie Bansal. Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yeah, can I present?
Yes, ma'am,
Hello?
please.
Yeah, actually I was moving to my boardroom, so just a minute, let me present my screen. If my screen is visible? If my screen is visible, ma'am?
Have you shared the PPT? It is not visible.
Yeah, it's not visible. Okay, I'm not getting actually entire screen. Okay, share. Right. So my let me So now if it is visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah, it's
Okay.
visible.
So first of all, I would like to thank the entire team for giving me the opportunity to present my views on nourishing Viksit Bharat at 2047, the impact of Union Budget 2024-25 on the food processing sector. Being a food person, so I'll be presenting my views on this very happening, very upcoming topic. So let me, go to the slide share. Just a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. So this is actually the vision that to develop a robust food processing industry with advanced processing techniques playing a pivotal role in reducing the waste, enhancing value addition, encouraging crop diversity, ensuring better income for farmers, fostering employment opportunities, and boosting export revenue. And in addition to that, some of the critical issues related to like food wastage, delivering nutritious food to the consumer, these are actually need to be addressed. So the food processing industry in India is right now it is at a very nascent stage and accounting for less than 10% of the total food in India. And studies conducted on the level of food processing in India have indicated that it is 4.5% for fruits, 2.7% for vegetables, 21.1% for milk, 34.2% for meat, and 15.4% for fish. And from 2015 to 2022, the food processing sector has grown substantially, averaging an annual growth rate of around 7.3% compared to approximately 4.87% in the agricultural and allied sectors at 2011 and 12 prices. So it has also emerged as a pivotal segment of the Indian economy, contributing significantly to the GDP, employment, and investment. So if I talk about the current status, because all the registered sector, I mean, in the food processing industry, it accounts for around 12.38% of the total employment, engaging roughly 1.93 million individuals. So the unorganized food processing sector, it also employs approximately 5.1 million workers, as these reports were being provided by NSSO in their 73rd round report. So the primary sectors comprising the Indian food processing industry, they include like grains, sugar, edible oils, beverages, fisheries, fruit and vegetables, and dairy products. So if I talk about the contribution of food processing sector to the Indian GDP, the contribution is immense because it has been significant over the years. India has consistently achieved improved agricultural production, ranking first in pulses and milk, second in various vegetables and fruit crops, then wheat and rice, and the third one in cereals and primary egg production globally. So this positive trend can be abundant to an abundant supply of raw materials, a growing demand for food products, and government incentives. So contribution of the food processing sector to the total gross domestic products has increased by 27% in the last years. So these are some of the growth drivers and investment opportunities which can take this food processing sector, which can take it forward. So first of all, whatever agricultural output it is being wasted, so there should be some investment in processing facilities so that the agricultural farmers, they can not only stay to the production only, they can process those products which they are producing, and they can add value to the produce. And then developing a strong supply chains that connect farmers to processing and marketing, it is very crucial. Without an on-farm cooling and grading arrangements like proper cold chain infrastructure, farmers are often forced to sell their produce at very reduced prices, and this is actually an irony. And then significant investments, they are actually needed to be to be incorporated in the rural infrastructure like grading and packing centers, storage facilities, transportation and testing laboratories. So these things should be, so future strategies, they need to be aligned to achieve the target of 10.4% CAGR by 2047 and making India a developed country. So, government, it is promoting Make in India initiative, and Ministry of Food Processing Industries has undertaken programs to improve the infrastructure and promote food processing industries to encourage investment in this sector. So various mega food parks, they are equipping with the essential amenities like roads, electricity, water supply, sewage facilities, and common processing facilities. Yeah. If I'm running short of time, okay, let me quickly wind up. So this 3-1 model for development of Indian food processing sector, there is a need for concerted efforts across multiple dimensions to scale up the India's food processing sector. So the dimensions like digitalization and technology adoption should be there. And then there is a need to strengthen the primary processing at the farm level, including sorting, grading, packing, drying, etc., while focusing on improved levels of value addition. So cold chain development, I talked about this in my previous slide also. So the investment convergence, because several schemes they have been launched by the government of India to promote investments in the food processing industry, like production linked incentive scheme for food processing industry, which is being said as PLISFPI, then Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, integrated cold chain and value addition, infrastructure scheme, mega food park scheme for creation of infrastructure for agro processing clusters, then creation of backward and forward linkages scheme, then operations green. So these were the various schemes, and these are the growth drivers for Indian food processing sector, and various sectors they have to be taken care of. And so the envisioned plan for 2047 aims to utilize India's food processing sector to enhance income opportunities for the rural population, facilitate job creation, minimize food wastage, improve the availability of nutritious foods by enhancing the processing of fruits and vegetables, and augmenting the proportion of value added products in India's export portfolio. So this vision actually entails the increase India's food processing sector's contribution to gross value addition from 1.8 currently to 7.2 by 2047, making India's processed food export globally competitive. India to become market leader of global trade for at least 5 value chains by 2047. And these 5 value chains are processed fruits and vegetables, processed fish and seafood, meat, dairy, poultry, and egg. And that is the ease of how you can start business, because FSSAI that is actually has transitioned from a product by product approval system to one based on ingredient and additive approvals. So to ensure transparency, Ministry has adopted an online scheme management system called Sampada Portal for Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. This portal covers the entire process from submission of proposals to the release of grants for various component schemes. There is a dashboard for management information system MIS, and to enable real-time monitoring of progress and key performance indicators. So dedicated online portals have also been established for other schemes, such as Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, PMFME, and applications for production linked incentive PLI to streamline the application process and facilitate efficient management. So with this, I end up my presentation here. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Poppy Gibson, Senior Lecturer in Education, to discuss about the topic Teaching Traineeships, Transnational Learning between England, UK, and Kolkata, India. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, 1 second. Can you see this?
No, ma'am, not yet.
I think it's just loading. Let me share again. I'm just joining you from England. So
you're from England?
Yes, bear with me. Just joining. I have my slides here. I'm also co-presenting today with Shubham Mondal from India, who is also joining to co-present. Hopefully you will see my slides shortly. And I'm going to talk to you about something that ties in with what many previous presenters were saying around social development, educational development. We also had the talk on gender equality. And I'm going to present to you a program that we recently conducted in India with a partnership between England and the UK. So my name is Dr. Poppy Gibson and I am in England. So sorry for the delay with the technology. And my co-presenter, Shubham Mondal, will also be speaking in the second half of the presentation. And we are talking to you about a program we recently run in Calcutta. So this began with a partnership between my university in England and Holy Angel School, which is in Nadia district in Calcutta. And the idea was for us to enhance social development on both sides, both for our English teaching trainees and for Indian teachers as well. So in the UK, we have our government and we have a fund called the Turing Fund. And I was able to luckily secure funding to send 3 of my university students to India. My students were all on our BA Honours degree in primary education, for which I am the course leader. And we ran an application program to see which students would be the best ambassadors for our country to go to India to help role model our English language for the Indian students and teachers, but also to learn and bring something back. We chose 3 students, 2 female and 1 male student that all hope to be teachers in the future. And they actually just returned on Monday after a 28-day stay in India. So I would like to show you the difference in our cultures. So this is my university where I work. It's called Anglia Ruskin University. We have 3 campuses, Chelmsford, which is this one where I work. We also have one in Cambridge, which I'm sure you may have heard of. And we also have one in London. You can see here on the map, Chelmsford is about 30 minutes from London. We're in Essex, which is a neighbouring county to London. And here in the bottom right, I've put a photograph of Chelmsford City. So you get an idea of the city where my students are living, of their cultural experience so far before they travelled to the school. Part of the government funding was that the students would travel for 28 days. So they flew on the 1st of July and I went with them for 1 week and then they returned on the 28th. And here you can see Holy Angel School. We were very grateful for the hospitality of the school, a beautiful school in Tahata in Nadia, where they were very gracious to let us stay. We stayed here in the rooms within the school for 28 days. And during the day, we would shadow teachers, we would learn about the Indian curriculum, and we would also help to talk to the teachers about what education looks like in England. So I strongly recommend that you, yourself working at college or university, may consider whether running some kind of international program allows for that knowledge exchange from both sides. So for us in England to learn about you and your educational culture, and also for your teaching trainees or your teachers in India to come to England to learn how we are doing things under our government system. So it was absolutely incredible. I had a most amazing week and I put just one photo. Although I love how everyone I met in India loved taking photos and selfies as much as me. We can see here the principal sir in the pink shirt. This is Patrick who hosted us. We can see some of the teachers. And here holding the flowers, you can see me and also my 3 students holding the bouquets as well after our welcoming ceremony. So a really fantastic experience where we learned about planning, we learned about curriculum structure, we learned about behavior management, and gave a chance for both my students and the Indian teachers to compare a global comparison between UK and India. I would now like to hand over to my co-presenter, Shubham, who can hopefully tell me more and tell you more about his experience as one of the Indian school teachers at Holy Angel School. So I hope that he is here.
Ma'am, whether he has joined or not.
So just to conclude, unfortunately, if he isn't here, I just would like to thank him in his absence for being such an excellent educator and supporting my students. Shubham Mondal was fundamental in helping my students settle, to watch his lessons. I taught an English lesson to his class. So we're just very thankful for the teachers for being so welcoming and hospitable for me and my students. We had very positive feedback, and the hope is that we will repeat this next year also with different students to come to India. And we very much hope that we will look at creating tenure for some of the professors and the Indian teachers to come to my university in England so that we can perhaps collaborate on some research. And I strongly advocate that if any of you would like to contact me to talk about any international research that you would like to work on with me in England, I've also put all of my details here on the slide. So this is my email address, but also if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, if you're on LinkedIn, please do connect with me. I've also put Shubham Mondal sir's details there. Unfortunately, I think he's had an issue joining, but he has been a fantastic educator, and please do also reach out to him if you would like to talk to him more about his experience as an Indian teacher on the program. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Is it over? Presentation is over, Vijay?
I think no. Alfonso, you may call the other presenters. If they are present, let's move on to the presentations. Otherwise, let's wind up.
Okay, sir. Next, I would like to invite P. Dhanabalan and second MA economy student from Bharatiya University to discuss about the topic strategic planning for Viksit Bharat 2047 and the role of the Union Budget 2024 to 25 in shaping India's economic future. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon. First of all, thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity to me. I'd like to present. My slide is visible. My slide is visible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Myself, Dhanabalan from second MA Economics, Department of Economics, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I would like to present the topic entitled on strategic planning for Viksit Bharat 2047, evaluating the role of Union Budget 2024-25 in shaping the India's economic future. Introduction. As well, you know that Viksit Bharat 2047, it mainly focuses on it's the difference between 100 years of independence, we are achieving the goals. It's mainly focused on the strategic emphasis on the economy and social and the technological advancement. The Union Budget 2024-25 is the critical tool in the strategic planning, outline the government, financial committee, and the policies discussion. The overview of the Union Budget. They mainly focus on this Viksit Bharat, the role including the agriculture, infrastructure, social development, technology, and education and healthcare. Objective of the study. The main objective is to analyze the key budget allocations, explore the technological and digital transformation, to identify the changes and opportunities, to provide the recommendations also. Infrastructure development. As well, infrastructure development include the transportation. Transportation means the significantly the India enhancing the transportation. The budget includes increasing fund for expansion and modernizing the road networks, including national highways and rural roads, to improve the connectivity of reducing travel time. Investment in railway also, with a plan to upgrade the existing tracks, introducing high special rails for net and the existing freight logistic capability. Next, energy. The budget outlines substantially investment in the energy sector, because the energy sector is providing like solar energy, wind energy, etc., etc. Next, urban development. Urban development received the strong emphasis in the budget with the funding that direct towards the smart city initiatives and affordable housing, urban transportation project, enhancing the capability to increase the urban population growth. Next, impact on economic growth and the quality of life. A strategy of investment through infrastructure facilities to the multi-positive effect in Indian economy and the society. Improve the transportation and energy infrastructure with facilitate the business operation, reduce the cost, and enhancing the productivity. Next, social welfare and equity. First of all, the social welfare increase the poverty reduction. The budget allocate the increases the resources to poverty alleviation program, including direct benefit transfer, rural development schemes, and employment generating inclusion. Like one of the example is MGNRGA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. This is the program intended to provide immediate reflection to the most vulnerable population, particularly in rural areas, and to create a sustainable livelihood. Additionally, healthcare improvement. Healthcare is the typically components of the social welfare agenda. With the budget significantly increase the fund for raising the public health infrastructure service. Key initiatives include expansion of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. The scheme is including the healthcare improvement. Next, enhancing education opportunity. Education is correlated in the social equity under the section, and the budget outlines the sustainable investment to the sector. The fund is allocated for expanding the access to quality of education, with a particularly focus on marginal communities, girls, and children with disabilities. To the budget support initiative to the upgrading infrastructure, government schools, engaging the teacher trainings, and the digital learning tool. Also, the curriculum will be increased. Next, addressing the social economic disparities. The social welfare introduced in the Union Budget 2024-25 great towards the creating more inclusive and equitable society by targeting the root cause of poverty, enhancing the access to essential service for the investment of human capital. This program seeks applied on the addressing the social economic, increasing the inclusive development of economic benefits and the social welfare disparities. Next, technological innovation and digital transformation. This section examines the government investment in the technological and the digital infrastructure, focusing the key initiatives like in nowadays the digital initiatives, artificial intelligence, and emerging technology innovation of startups ecosystem, impact on economic modernization, global competitiveness. In 2047 also, the modern scenario is to all are adapted with the artificial intelligence and the energy technology. It will be allocated the fund by the government of India. Next is challenges and opportunities. The Union Budget 24-25 outlines the ambition planning to the Indian economic and social transformation, like fiscal consultation, government and implementation, socio-political factor, leverage technological innovation, public-private partnership, human capital development, sustainable and inclusive growth. Conclusion. The Union Budget 2024-25 presenting a strategical vision for India's development with significant investment in infrastructure, social welfare, and technology. While there are considerable challenges in implementing the initiatives, there are also substantially opportunity to raise the long-term growth and development by addressing the fiscal constraint, the strengthening the government and leverage partnership and innovation. India can negative these challenges and capabilities and the opportunities to build a developed and equitable nation by 2047. And I would like to recommend some improvement, promoting collaborative efforts. Collaborative efforts, including the part of the development of community welfare scheme, is also increasing the development of a particular community towards the economic development of a country. Next, environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability integrated and the intergeneration into the budgetary discussion, support gen technology, sustainable practices, like initiative aim to migrating climate changes to ensure the long-term ecological balances. Next, strengthen the government and the efficiency. The government efficiency to send the policy prefer on the strong policy on the engagement and the stakeholder engagement, industry, civil society, academic institution, gathering input, build to concern the key policy initiative to the government. Policy policy continuity and stability. Like introducing government on policies is like a long-term growth. It will be continually and promoting a collaborative effect to the leverage additional resources, experts, and develop a clear guidelines and risk sharing mechanisms to ensure the successful partnership. Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Hani Soni, a research scholar from the Department of Commerce at Dr. Harisingh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya Sagar, to discuss about the topic budgetary allocation and their impact on India's development goals, a case study of Union Budget 2024 to 25. Ma'am, are you there?
Alfonso, I think she's not there. You may call the last presenter.
Okay, sir. I would like to invite Nivedya Krishnan from the University of Kerala, who will present her research on healthcare vision under Bharat 2047.
Nivedita, are you there?
Yes, sir. Sir.
You may start. We will share it from our side.
Okay, sir. Sir, topic Health Vision under Viksit Bharat 2047. Introduction. The Government of India announced the theme of One Earth, One Health during the G20 summit with the goal of wellness and welfare for everyone, physical, mental, and social well-being. With this vision in mind, and based on my 35 years of experience dealing with health departments in the governments of Delhi, Goa, Daman, Diu, and Lakshadweep, I penned the following 50 ideas of health facility health for all by 2047. Then next point, medical colleges. India has 788 districts, but only 6 medical colleges exist in about 500 districts. This indicates that around 300 district lack of medical colleges, highlighting a concentration in metro cities. The COVID-19 pandemic used the importance of having hospital with adequate infrastructure near the population for survival. Therefore, it's imperative to cover all 782 districts with a medical colleges, both public and private, to ensure decentralized medical education and 500 bed hospital within 50 100 kilometers of residence district headquarters. This would ensure good secondary and
Vedita, this slide is not moving, I think. For me, it's not moving. This slides are not moving. What about others?
Sir, fourth slide, availability of doctors. Ma'am, availability of doctors, India has 2.55 lakh gram panchayat and...
it is not shared yet. I think some of has stopped the sharing. Yes. Okay. Scale.
Ma'am, fourth slide, availability of doctors. India has 2.55 lakh gram panchayat and 3,600 urban local bodies. Our healthcare structure comprises primary health centers and district hospitals, while the health sector employs 7.5 million people. The doctors to patient ratio is abnormally low at 1.1500. The number of allopathic doctors registered with a national and state medical council is about 1.3 million. There is a 10% defect of qualified doctors in primary health centers and an 80% deficit of specialists in community health centers. District hospitals are no better. Sir, next point, dispensary. There are 26,400 dispensaries across the country to serve the semi-urban and urban populations. It is important to assess their geographical spread to ensure that no densely populated area is left out. Appropriate infrastructure, healthcare facilities, and adequate nursing and paramedical staff must be provided in these locations to ensure health for all becomes a reality. Then next slide, medical devices. A concerned, planned and data-based approach is required to ensure that basic medical devices infrastructure is available in all our primary health centers, community health centers, dispensaries and district hospitals. This would enable all required testing to be done locally rather than sending patients elsewhere. India has started producing most of the basic medical devices, making this feasible. Then next point, super specialty facilities and latest technology. Top class super specialty hospitals, both public and private, exist in India, but demand for exceeds supply. Enhancing the availability of super specialty is essential to staff existing hospitals and new ones being created to meet the country's requirement. Next point, Ayush. For all non-allopathy branches of medicines which have been traditional codes in India, the Ayush Ministry needs to create evidence-based medication that has scientific reliability through research and vigorous clinical trials. Next point, the Ayush Ministry needs to substantially upgrade itself to create an integrated model that can advance a preventive and creative healthcare strategy, hospitably contributing to community health. The next point, mental health. With rising tension of several accounts, even youngsters face mental health issues evident from the accuse of Gen Z and Gen X outside physiatrics rooms. The health ministry needs to comprehensively review the demand for good mental health care and create facility for the same up to the district hospitals. Then next point, government achievements in the health sector. Maternal mortality rate have decreased by 50%, while the infant mortality rate has fallen from 39% birth to 25. Neonatal mortality has also been instrumental, providing psychosocial support to students, teachers, and families for mental health challenges following COVID-19. Thank you. The next point, the peace extent and coverage of these steps must expand significantly to achieve a healthy and vibrant India. The government must continue its commendably work, but should also consider out-of-the-box solutions to make life easier and healthier for the common citizen. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all.
Thank you, all the presenters. I would like to invite Dr. Liji Malekal to summarize the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I congratulate Department of Economics, especially Head of the Department, Dr. Nijil, for organizing a wonderful seminar on this relevant topic, Union Budget 2024 and the Vision Viksit Bharat at 2047. And also thank for inviting me to this session. And firstly, I I should mention there are key ideas and factors which has mentioned in Union Budget 2024 to achieve the goal Vision Viksit Bharat 2047. All the presenters have presented many valuable points in your aspects in your area to achieve the goal vision or Viksit Bharat 2047. So I can come to the first presenter, which was done by Arunima Agarwal from Madhya Pradesh. Her presentation was on insights into Viksit Bharat 2047, analysis of Union Budget 2024. I think you have focused mainly on the need for better healthcare, education, infrastructure development, social welfare schemes for India's development or to achieve this vision. But in Union Budget 2024, it has mentioned 4 major pillars like farmer, women, youth, and poor. These 4 thrust area can be focused, then we can achieve development. I think you haven't focused on these major thrust areas, so you could have add some points regarding these concepts. And I need to clarify one thing. Are you there, Arunima? She might have left, right? Nijil,
Oh, no problem, ma'am. You may continue with the next.
Okay. I just wanted to know she has mentioned that fostering of collaboration with other stakeholders is a better way to achieve this goal. I just wanted to know what are the methods to foster collaboration between the stakeholders. Okay, if she's not here, we can leave it. So her presentation was good. And coming to the second presentation, that is by Rajan Babu from Nagarkovil. He has presented on the pathways of development of India. So he has presented mainly the pathways which has incorporated in Union Budget 2024 for the development of India. And especially he has focused on the women development or women empowerment and accessibility of women towards the financial services, financial inclusion. So one of the area or segment of his presentation was mainly focused on the pathways for women empowerment, pathways for women accessibility towards financial services or financial inclusion. His presentation also was good. And I think you could have focused much more trust areas like employment, skilling, middle class, MSME. These areas also, these pillars also will encourage or will improve the India's economic development or economic growth, or we can achieve the vision Viksit Bharat at 2047. Okay, concluding the second presentation and coming on to the third presentation. Yamke Ganeshan, I think he is from Trichy, and he has presented a paper on economic growth and development in Bharat at 2047. I think he has focused on structural transformation and again the major 4 pillars. Again and again I am saying that there are 4 pillars, they thrust 4 areas, and he has also focused on 4 pillars of Union Budget 2024, and he has specified number of objectives. I think you could have reduced the number of objectives, and one thing is to be clarified that was this a research paper and have you collected primary data for this analysis? Just wanted to clarify. MK Ganeshan is here.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Have you collected primary data for your analysis?
No, ma'am. Because of short of time and
okay.
Just 2 days before I see.
Was good. You have, I think, you have focused much on secondary data, completely vested with secondary data, and but number of objectives were mentioned. So you could have reduced.
5 objective, ma'am. 5 objective and go through about the full detail about the 1 and 5 and objectives.
Okay.
So
since
some
you are
of
only
point
focused on the
GDP
secondary data, you could have reduced the number of objectives, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good presentation. And then again, we are coming to the fourth presentation, that is by Dr. Rosie Bensal from Punjab. And she has presented a paper on Nourishing Viksit Bharat 2047, Impact of Union Budget 24-25 on the food processing sector. So I feel this study was entirely different topic, focusing on the specific area. We are not generalizing, focused on the particular area like food processing sector. Dr. Rose is here. I need a clarification.
Ma'am, I think she's not there.
No. Okay. This topic also was well said or well presented. Okay, coming to the fifth one, that is by Dr. Poppy Gibson from UK. Are you here, ma'am? She is also might have left. Okay, this topic was entirely different from that of our perspective. It was a slight different topic, and my curiosity is just wanted to know why she has selected this topic, why she has chosen India as her sample area. That thing I wanted to clarify. I just wanted to know why she has selected India as a sample area, or why she has selected this area. Very curious to know, because she is from outside India. I just wanted to know. Unfortunately, she is not here. So we can move on to the next presenter. That is by P. Dhanabalan. He's a student from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. His presentation was mainly focused on strategic planning for Viksit Bharat at 2047. And I think he has covered all the areas which has been presented in Union Budget 2024, all the thrust areas. His paper mainly focused on the evaluation of Union Budget 2024. Evaluation of Union Budget 2024. So I just wanted to know, P. Dhanabal is here. Is he here? I just wanted to know, after evaluating all the Union Budget 2024, which sector or which area is identified as the key sector for the achievement of the Vision 2047, Vision Viksit Bharat. Okay, I just wanted to know, just wanted to clarify. Just leave it. Okay, his presentation also was good. And coming to the last presentation, that is by Nivedya. She's only presenter from Kerala, I think, University of Kerala, research scholar. She has also focused on health vision of India under Viksit Bharat at 2047. It is also an entirely different topic. She has also focused on particular area like food processing sector. She has focused on health mission. Okay, is she here, Nivedya? Nivedya is here? No. Okay, no issues. She has presented her purview, her areas in a well manner. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the good presentation. Again, thank you, Nijil, for inviting me for sharing this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful summary. And next, let's move on to the second technical session. I invite the anchor.
Can I leave, Nijil? Okay. Thank you.
So let's move on to the technical session 2 of the seminar. For this session, I would like to call upon Shivani to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. Om Prakash Sonone.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Om Prakash Sonone is working as assistant professor in commerce at Chintamani College of Commerce, Pombarna, with teaching experience of 9 years and research experience for 9 years. He has published 6 research papers in journals, 10 research papers in conference proceedings, delivered 53 guest talks in national, state, and university conferences, workshops, FDPs, and seminars. His educational qualifications are: he had completed his undergraduation in BCom and in BA Literature, and also completed post-graduation in MCom from NM University, Jalgaon, and he is also qualified SET from Maharashtra and Gujarat, and also qualified NET. He He got PhD in Business Management from SGBA University Amravati on 29th March 2022. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shivani.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to thank first to the organizers. First, Professor Nijil Jacobi, Head Department of Economics, Great Heart College, Chalakudy. I also thankful first to the Choco Jospi, Professor and Principal, St. Aloysius College. I also thankful to the Principal of this Great Heart College. I was listening to the previous presenters and speakers. I am delightful to listen these persons. Each and every person was very intellectual. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just we are thinking about the budget 2024 and in vision regarding to the Viksit Bharat 2047. So, what is the key roles related to the Viksit Bharat of this budget 2024-25? Now, we are going to see some important things, and I want to share my views regarding this budget and regarding the vision Viksit Bharat 2047. Am I share? Okay, I'm trying it. Is it visible?
Not yet, sir. Have you?
Nijil sir, I have just sent you one PDF on WhatsApp. Can you
Just
please play?
just a minute. I will share. You may speak.
Okay, okay. Meanwhile, we will focus on some issues which are uh, related to the rural and urban areas. As we are the scholars in the economics and commerce area, we are thinking critically towards the budget 2024-25, and we are focusing as a target as Viksit Bharat 2047. So, in our view, that we have to think that which things are going to be bring us towards the Viksit Bharat. So, if we are focusing on the particular type of production, we are focusing on the particular type of the generation, the development of inclusion and the sustainable development. We have to focus on various things, and the government, whether it is from the any political party, the government will or have the willings towards that they are focusing on the development of the nation. As far as the budget is concerned, any party or any political party should have to focus as a nation first. Now we go towards the budget 2024 and employment generation in tune with the Viksit Bharat 2047. This is my topic, and I am focusing on the employment generation. What is the condition of employment? Next slide, please. What is the present scenario in the employment? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, the content. The key features of budget 2024 and 25. The budget 2025, 2024-25 and employment generation. What is the relation between of that budget and employment generation? We will focus on the facts of international and national agencies which have been presented and published by the agencies. Need of the hour for Viksit Bharat 2020 47, what we should have to be focused on, and how can we achieve that goals. Next slide, please. First of all, we could see that the status of the employment of youths. Uh, in this area, we could find out that in 2000, 50% of the employment generated from the self-employment. The regular industries provided that about 30%, 13% to 28%. Casual employment is provided about 37% to 25%. The data provided by International Labor Organization. And in this regard, we could find out that the areas of employment generations. Now we focus towards the current budget, why it is important. Now, please, next slide, please. The budget is based on the four pillars. Just madam has given the information about it. The first is farmer, second is poor, third is women, and the fourth is youth. How these four pillars are most important: farmers, because we are the agriculture, as far as we are the agriculture country, we have to focus on the farmers, because the farmers and the farm is the basic of our country. The employment is greatly and highly related to the agriculture. The poors also belong to the farm and the farming workers and laborers and farmers. The women mostly related to the household workers, because the Indian women are not likely to be enter into the industries and the development area. They are mostly housewives and not contributing in the development of India as it requires. Though the woman empowerment is most important, but the country should have to get them into the focus, so that this is the main pillar. Now the youth, we know that the India is the youngest country in the world. We have about the 65%, about the 65% youth age from 15 to 35 age group. So if we have the youngest country, we have the youngsters in the country, we have to focus on the youngsters. And we know that the youth have the enormous powers, the brain power, the physical power, the capabilities enormous, and the enthusiasm in their minds and bodies. So we have to utilize, the government have to utilize that youth generation for the development and achieve the Viksit Bharat vision. Next slide, please. Now the budget theme is focused on the four pillars, four things: employment, skill development, MSME development, and middle class areas. So we think that the employment is most important thing for the youth. To get the employment, skills are required, and if you have the skill, then you can enter into the MSMEs and contribute to the development of the business and industries and productions. Now, if you enter into the MSMEs, ultimately you will be enter into the middle class from the poor class and contribute to the nation's development. So these four things, four themes are most important and interlinked with each other: employment, skill, MSMEs, and middle class. And government has focused on these four themes. Next slide, please. I will not elaborate much towards what is given into the budget 2024-25, because our inaugurator has very skillfully and intellectually deliberated and delivered the things. Now we focus on the employment related things given in the budget 2024-25. In this budget, we could see that the transforming agricultural research is there. The Atmanirbhar in related to the oils and food grains, the national cooperation policy have been developed, and the development things are included in that. Vegetable production and supply chain has been going to be established by the government of India, and it is budgeted into this budget. It is related release of new varieties which could complete the requirements of the population of India, not only of the India but also for the nations, in which 109 new high yield species will be invented, and varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers, and it is included in the budget. Next, please. This is the allocation of budget for the agricultural sector. I will not elaborate much more. You have listened it previously. Next, please. Next, please. The priorities of Viksit Bharat. We will focus on the employment and skill enhancement here. As far as the figures and facts are found, that one of the major initiatives should be required for the youngsters and youths, which yet not entered into the employment. Now the government has introduced three schemes: scheme A, B, and C for the youths and youngsters and newcomers, to give them opportunity as a skilled labor or as a skilled employee. They will have the particular type of experience for that, and after that experience they could apply to the industries and get the job opportunities as they have the a particular type of experience in particular type of industries. Which kind of schemes are introduced by the government? The first scheme is 1 month wage to new enters in all formal sectors in 3 installment up to 15,000. Now the government is going to assist to the industries, and 1 month wages is up to 3 installment have been assisted by the government, and it is near about benefited to the 210 lakh youths of the India. Now this is for the youth, which is who is going to be enter into the industrial experiences. Now, for attracting to the manufacturing and manufacturers, the government has introduced the second scheme linked to the first time employees. That means the employees which are going to be the first time are beneficiaries. Initiated both employee and employer. Employee Provident Fund organization will be contributions, that EPFO contributions which are provided by, which are contributed by the employee and by the employer. The government is going to facilitate specified scales for the first 4 years. The government is going to contribute in that for first 4 years. Expected benefit for this scheme is about 30 lakhs youths. And the third scheme is government will reimburse the EPFO contributions of the employee and employers. Employers about 3,000 per month of a employee. It will be continuous towards and continuous till the 2 years for all new hires, which are the new employee into the company. The government is going to assist to the companies that the share which the companies are depositing into the EPFO, and it is mandatory by the law. The government is assisting to the industries per head 300 rupees per month for 2 years. It is if one salary is about 30,000 rupees, the 10% shares have to contribute by the employees, and the 14% share have to be contributed by the employer to the EPFO as the share of the employer. So it is one kind of an assistance to the industries, and it will be expected to generate about 50 lakh jobs. And it is very important things that newcomers are going to be entered into the experience, and they are going to be take the initiatives, they are going to be take the benefits of the schemes, and government is attracting to the newcomers and the companies also. These are the three schemes which are related to the employment generation, and these are very important schemes which will enhance the employment and the experience of the youngsters. Next slide, please. Now we could see that if we want to get the job, we should have a particular type of skills. The in the interview, if you are the students, you will be face it, and if you are the permanent or the employed, you have faced this, that the company or employer ask you that why should we hire you, or why should we select you, what is your contribution in our company or in our institution, what you will do after we will select you. Then the skills are required to develop the institution and the organization, whether it is the whether it is the social organization, whether it is government organization, whether it is manufacturing industry or others. So the skills are required there. A particular type of job profiles required particular type of skills. So the government is going to enhance and increase the skills. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over 5 years period, and it is a program launched by the government of India under the particular type of PM package. Fourth scheme is offered by the government. Now the government is going to establish 1,000 industrial training institutes, which has been developed as a hub and spoke arrangement to the outcomes oriented details. Outcome oriented courses will be there, outcome oriented skills will be there, trainings will be there, and the skilled and trained labor will be introduced into the industry. Now we could see about the think about the new education policy. The new education policy also included the particular type of experience, particular type of the trainings into the third year and fourth year students in the degree programs also, and they could get the experience of particular type of industrial workings. It is one kind of internship program, and that internship program is will be enhanced to the particular type of skills, experiences, and that experience will automatically beneficial to the learners, to the graduates in the industrial area, so that they can get the jobs. Next thing, please. Next slide. Priorities of Viksit Bharat, there are various kinds of things. Vikas Bhi, Virasat Bhi. It is related to human resource development and social justice, which is particularly provided by the government. And in this social justice, the tribal peoples are also included. The improving the social and socio-economic conditions of tribals. For that, covering about 63,000 villages benefited 5 crore tribal peoples, and that 63,000 villages will be benefited as a tribal development areas. So the vulnerables included for the inclusive growth. And here we can find out that allocation more than 3 lakh crores for the scheme benefiting women and girls. I just listening to the previous presenters that they are focusing on the women development, and in this particular budget, 3 lakh have been provided for the development of the women and girls. It is a very important budget for the development of the woman, because we could find out that the women and the girls are not coming into the mainstream as far as the researches and the statistics are given by the organizations. Now, next slide, please. We could find out that the Andhra Pradesh and the Bihar states have been facilitated with the spatial things. Though we do not have to focus on the particular type of political visions, but we could find out the background things. We know that the Bihar is underdeveloped, I think, and it may be the developing state, but we could find out the worst condition comparing to other states. It is a very important thing to assist the Bihar state for the development. And we could find out that the job generation, the educational generation, the various kinds of things are there, but sub corridors, economic corridors are there, and the economic development and the assisting to the Bihar government is focused area into the particular type of focused states. The Andhra Pradesh has given additional thing there. It is the good luck of this Andhra Pradesh state. But we could find out that the development is required everywhere. So we could have to find out some details about that, in which area we should have to focus. Rather than the political issues, rather than the political agendas, we as a country, we should have to focus nation first thing. So if there is required, the government can provide it. The government has used their rights here. So we will not focus on the particular type of the assistance given to the states. Now, the next slide, please. The priorities of Viksit Bharat. Manufacturing and services are most important as far as we could have to achieve the goal as a Viksit Bharat in 2047, the 100 year of the independence. Now we could have to focus in which area. The MSMEs are most important things. The youths are most important things. The manufacturing and services areas most important things. So the government is focusing on that particular area. Credit guarantee scheme has been launched in the manufacturing sector by the government. New assessment model for MSMEs credit has been launched. Enhanced scope for the mandatory onboarding, trade and other things. Mudra loans have been enhanced, the limit enhanced by 20 lakhs, up to 20 lakhs, near about the 10 lakhs for the Tarun categories. We find out that the startups which are playing the key role in the employment generation in the rural and contributing into the uh, balanced development into the rural and urban areas. The MSMEs are playing very key role, and for that assistance, the government has launched the Mudra loan and enhanced the particular type of loan limits. It is a very beneficial thing for the MSMEs and for the small enterprises, which are going to be the large in the next segment and play a key role into the Viksit Bharat. The credit support to the MSMEs during the stress period, where the MSME is facing the stress, generally in the financial area, generally into the production, generally into the particular type of the crisis, financial crisis, the we can say the deflation, at the time of deflation, so that the government is going to assist that type of MSMEs which are facing the crisis, credit support during the stress period. The government to support them like that. Next slide, please. Now we could find out that the internship opportunities. Our inaugurator has already elaborated that the focused 500 top industries and top companies are going to initiate this scheme, and the government is assisting in it. Top companies are going to initiate or recruit about 1 crore youths and 1 crore youngsters into the companies in next 5 years. This is the vision for the 5 years, and the allowances which have been provided are the assisted by the government is 5,000 per month, along with one-time assistance of rupees 6,000 through CSR funds, and the companies are allowed to use their CSR funds for the development and for the payment of the new recruits. It is one kind of an internship opportunity. What kind of internship opportunity is these? The youngsters can get the internship into the companies and gain the experience of particular type of work. You should have to apply for that, and the government will assist to the company for your stipend. So you will get the stipend and you will get the experience, and that experience will help you to get the job, and the stipend will help you to survive during the internship period. So this is one kind of a appreciable scheme launched by the government in Maharashtra. Particularly, the government of Maharashtra has launched the scheme of internship. The companies, private entities are offered to take the interns with their companies, and the interns will help to the company's development. That it is a golden opportunity to the small scale industries and MSMEs, that they can recruit the intern for the 6 months, and the government is going to assist the industry as a salary of that interns. That will be the stipend given by the government. The government is offering about 6,000 rupees for the 10th pass person. The Maharashtra government is providing 8,000 to the HSC pass students. The government is assisting to the company for rupees 10,000 for the graduate recruits. So the graduates will get the experience and the financial assistance also. This is the scheme in Maharashtra, and similarly the state central government going to launch this scheme for the top 500 companies. Now next slide please. The priorities of Viksit Bharat, we seen that the earnings and the areas which are important as a vision 2047 is given. This is generally not related to the employment. We will focus on next slide. Priorities for Viksit Bharat in the energy generation. The green energy is most important, because we find out that the industries are facing the energy crisis, and the required energy should have to be produced by the government. And as far as the global vision is concerned, we have to produce the green energy, and these initiatives like this energy security scheme, which is going to benefit to the households, that they can generate their own energy for their own use. It will be one kind of solar power generation. That solar power generation fulfills the requirement of households energy, and if the household is not consuming that particular type of energy, that energy has been transformed to the powerhouses, and it will be utilized for other required stakeholders. So it is very beneficial scheme, and near about 1 crore households will be beneficiaries for this scheme. So it is indirectly helping to the industry to get the power generation and power supply. Thank you very much. Next, please. Now, the priorities of Viksit Bharat has, we have to focus on the particular type of irrigation and food mitigation. the requirement of food is very important. In the particular type of farming and agriculture are about 65 to 70% population is engaged and uh, engaged in the agricultural works, though they are the farmers, though they are the farmer agricultural labors. So this area should have to be developed. So the government has given particular emphasis on the food mitigation and irrigation. Next slide, please. Now, we have to focus on the research and development areas. Why the research and development areas are most important? We find out that if we do the research, then the research and development activities initiate the new innovations, the new way of production, the new products which are required into the markets to satisfy the consumers. So the research and development is most important, and the government is assisting in this area. We will see some figures and facts in the next slide. Please, next slide. Next generation reforms in rural and urban land related actions are there, that the government is going to invest in the agricultural area for the survey, and government is going to survey that particular type of agricultural and particular type of lands, and then government is going to give the benefits and launch the schemes for that. The next generation reform, this is the digitalized survey type of initiatives initiated by the this budget. Next slide, please. I think that this particular type of survey will benefit to the employment generation. Just only it will help to the government to get the statistical data and think about the assistance about the particular type of things. In this area, we should have to find out some new things. Rather than the survey, invest into the service area or survey area, we should have to invest into the agricultural development and agricultural researches, which could provide a particular type of platform and income to the farmers. And just like the Israel, we could find out the agricultural development and research is at the top level into the Israel, that they could produce their foods. Not only their foods, they are providing the researches to the world. They have developed their fertilizers, their pesticides, and the way of production they developed for their well-beings. Not only for the well-beings, they are earning very much from their farms. So why should not we use that particular type of the development type of strategy in the research and development in agriculture area? We are investing into the survey, but we are not investing into the research and development of farming and agricultural area. So we have to increase that particular fundings for the agricultural research. Next slide, please. Robust economic, and some of the graphical information is given here. We are showing that the GDP, we are the fastest growing country into the world. But in facts and figures, we have many challenges in front of us. We have to find out some ways how we can achieve our goal 2047, so that we could get the become a developed country. The increasing GDP, and we should have to focus on the inclusive growth, not particular growth of a particular industrialists, or not particular growth of a particular industries only, but we have to diversify the development. We have to balance the rural and urban development, and for that we have to focus some points. Next slide, please. Some facts and figures are given here. We will not elaborate as the particular inaugurator has given detailed information about it. Next slide, please. on it is the simplification of tax elaborated by particular our previous speaker. Next slide, please. Some beneficiaries, things, and some schemes launched by the government, already elaborated by the inaugurator. Next slide, please. From where we are going to earn the rupees come from. It is elaborated here from income tax 19%, from borrowings 27%, from union excise duties 5%, GST and other taxes 18%, corporation tax 17%, customs, non-budget capital receipts and non-tax receipts are there. So these are some areas from where we are going to get the money. Next step. Here we are going to spend the money, and here we have to focus that in which area we are going to be spend the money. Generally we could find out that the 19% of our total gains are offered to the lenders as an interest of a payment. Now the central sector schemes which are offered by the central government is having the share of 16%. Subsidies which are offered to the poor and the beneficiaries is 6%. Defense, now we could find out that the hike into the defense budget, why this is hiked. If we find out that the defense is very important sector for the security, not only for the security, the budget is enhanced in this area for manufacturing purpose. The government thinking that the defense invention and innovation can give the revenue to the government. How? Because we are going to develop new strategies. We are going to be self-dependent in regard to the weapons and the particular type of weapons and the development, the technologies. The government is going to develop the technologies and the particular type of ammunitions and the defense requirements, and not only to fulfill the Indian requirements, but also the government is going to sell to the other countries. As we are the purchaser of the defense requirements, now we are going to become a provider or supplier of the defense requirements. Now this is, if you are thinking, the government is thinking that the defense can give the particular type of earnings to the government, why don't the agriculture, why don't the manufacturing are revenue generated areas? You should have to, the government should have to focus on the research and development of the agricultural and manufacturing and trading, so that the government can get revenue from that areas more than the particular current scenario. So the government should have to focus on that area. Now the states share for the tax, it is requirement of the states for their diversification and diverse requirements. The finance commission also requires some budget which is assisting to the particular type of balancing to the poor, balancing towards the requirements, balancing towards the beneficiaries, to get the sustainable development and inclusion of the poor and the vulnerables. So the government is going to produce their income and their particular type of expenditures, balancing it. For that, we should have to focus that our budget should be focused on the development, should be focused on the employment generation, should be focused on the engagement of youth, should be focused on the research and development and getting patents and getting particular type of um, rights to produce and provide to the world. So that as far as the China is concerned, we find out that the China is spending much more. We will see in the next slides that the government is going to get earn the government is going to earn, that China is earning, and China has made its supply chain on the basis of the research and development area. So we should have to focus on that area, and we are missing that and lacking here the particular in this next slides we will find out that the countries are providing much more emphasis on research and development, like Japan, China, and the companies, the countries which have been called as a developed countries. Next slide, please. The budget areas which have been allocated particular type of the major expenditures are here. Next slide, please. The schemes which have been introduced by the government previously and newly, and the allocations of the budget has been shown here, like Manarega, research and development. Here we could find out that the research and development area only spent by 1,200 crore rupees. So in regarding to the other countries, the statistics have been given by the member of parliament, Mr. A member of parliament had given statistics here that the India is spending about 47.57 billions on the research and development. Here it is, we have find out that the lower level of the expenditures. Now we see that the Japan is expensing or spending about 172 billion crores. US is spending 606 billion crores. Germany is spending about 131 billion crores. China is spending about 514 billion crores on research and development. And what a drastic difference here. We found that in the countries which are going to be developed or developed countries, and we as a developing country. So if we could have to be if we want to be the developed country, we have to provide, we have to allocate particular budget and enough budget to the research and development. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here we are finding that some facts and figures. Revenue receipts and capital receipts are there. Next slide, please. Some expenditures are shown in the next slide. Next slide, please. We have to focus on other areas. Next, please. The revenue expenditures are shown here, and capital expenditures are shown here. And we could find out that the union budget is focusing about 37.1 lakh crore rupees for the revenue expenditure, and about 15 lakh crore rupees on the particular type of capital expenditure. And here we have to focus, and we have to think that the government is contributing into the capital intensive budget. Capital requirements and capital investment will be the long-term beneficial for the India. As far as we need the developing strategies, we have to develop the infrastructural things, and we have to develop the capital investments. We have to increase the capital investments in the industry, into the infrastructure, into the research and development for the long term benefits. Next slide, please. Now we have to think some key areas related to the employment. Here we find out that the employment trends and current scenario into the 2024, the details are given by the Indian employment reports, and which has been published by the International Labor Organization and Institute for Human Development. Some of the highlights are there, that the key labor market indicators recent year reflect the particular type of paradoxical improvements. We find out that the trends, that the labor market indicators strategically focusing on particular type of female labors, but the female labors are not particularly participating into the labor market, that the though the India has particular type of cultural barriers, particular type of the thinking patterns of Indians, that why don't we focus on the women's as a particular type of productive employees. The women are also human beings. They have also the production capacity. They have also the skills. But in the focus area, in the production area, the women are being neglected in the Indian scenario. So the overall labor market indicators are mirrored even more strongly by the female labor's market indicators, so that we have to focus on the women or lady laborers. In general, we can find out that the slight improvement in the employment condition over the years. We find out that the tradition of non-farm employment has reversed. Why reversed? Because of the pandemic. The pandemic affected the reverse effect of the employment generation into the non-farm employment, and the farming employment should have to increase because the declining rate of the employment into the non-farm area. So the particular type of employment is constant, about 12 to 14% into the manufacturing area. And we find out that in the particular type of during the pandemic, we also producing some products which are required for the human beings, and the production was continued. But the employment has declined for some period and covered up. Next slide, please. We find out that just we seen that the women are engaged into the household work or self-employment area or unpaid area of the family works. We could find out that nearly 82% of the workforce engaged in the informal sector, which is not in focus by the government, and we cannot deny that particular type of facts and figures. As much as the 62% of the unskilled casual agricultural workers and 70% of the such workers in construction area did not receive the particular type of minimum wages which have been decided in 2022. So the wages is declining day by day into the area. The newcomers are not getting enough salary or enough remuneration as far as their education is concerned, as far as their experience is concerned. Now the digitalization and technology use, which has been detailedly elaborated by our Anna ma'am, that diverse or the worst effect on the employment declining. So employment will be declined in the next future. Why it is declining? as far as the IMF has given statistics in their report, that 60% jobs are going to be lost by the AI applications into the developed countries. And regarding to the undeveloped or developing countries, about 40% jobs will be lost by implementing the new technologies like AI. So it is a big challenge in front of the developing country as a youngest country into the world, that where we should have to accommodate the young generation, as the producers need to apply the AI or artificial intelligence into the production, and that artificial intelligence will reduce the job requirements, the workforce requirements. So where we are going to accommodate? So we have to find out some another way, that where there is an innovation and incubations are there. Innovations will produce some new things, new ideas, and provide the satisfaction to the particular consumers, and that area can generate the employment in this digital era. Now, next slide, please. Uh, Migration is very important in the development era. Migration is going to be increased in future, but it is not increasing as much it requires. But it will hike the population of urban area, and generally that the area need to be developed as a industrial hub for the employment generation. Now, we seen that the report has given that capital intensive production is going to be increased rather than the labor intensive. Now, this is showing that the technology are implementing into the production area, and the labor are the the labor force are going to be declined. Why? Because the technology gives you minimum expenses and maximum production. And if you are labor intensive, then you should have to pay for the to the laborers as a remuneration, as a salary. And in the technological productive areas, the machineries and only the energy required for that. So we should have to find out some ways in this crisis. The government is also thinking about that, and the companies are transforming towards the developing the digitalized development. So the new areas should have to be find out for the employment generation. Now in the construction sectors, we have find out that the high employment elasticity found, the growth in manufacturing employment reimburse slush, depending robust gross values added growth. Now in the growth of the service sector, we find out that the service sector played a vital role in employment generation since 2000, and significantly contributing in India's development. And we find out that the government is focusing on the service sector. Our employment, about total employment, 50 to 52% population, uh, 50 to 52% development or revenue has been generated from the particular service sector. And the regarding the employment area, we could find out about 20% employment is generated from the service sector area. As far as my knowledge is concerned, maybe it is varying into the current scenario. We could find out that the stability into the manufacturing area, that 12 to 14% employment has been provided by the manufacturing and trade sectors. Next slide, please. So we have to focus on the particular type of areas from where we can get the employment. Now we could find out the challenges of youth employment, that the particular type of demographic dividends can be earned, can be get by the India. Why it is? Because we could find out that when the China's population get increased, and the China encased that population as a workforce, they provided particular type of innovation and started a small required business, particular consuming businesses, consuming products has been produced by the China in large scale. And we could find out that in India we are purchasing that products on low prices, though the China products do not have any type of guarantee for the life, for the long term use. But we are purchasing that products. Why we are purchasing that products? Because that products are technically and technologically produced, and we are getting benefit from that particular type of regular products. Even the diya, the deepaks, which are required into the Diwali, we are purchasing from the China. The lightings and the particular type of series we are purchasing from the China during the particular type of festivals, like 31st December, or like Diwali, like Eid. So why we are purchasing that products? Because that products are innovative, that products are low into the cost, and the producers, the laborers who are working to produce that type of products are Chinese, and they are getting jobs, and they are getting the employment in in producing. Why they are producing? Because they have invented particular type of the technologies which are required to the consumers. They are studying the mind of consumers, they are studying the requirement of consumers, they are studying the satisfaction of consumers, and regarding that requirements, they are inventing the products and getting the patents on that products. After getting that patents, they are producing, establishing industries and generating the employment. And that strategy have been made China as a developed country and competing to the world economies. Why don't we think about it? If the China can get benefit of the increased population, why we can get that benefit of increased population? As we are the youngest country into the world, we should have to focus on the research and development, and focused on the universities, focused on the education sectors, which requires about 6% of investment, and the government is not increasing more than 3%. Why should we interlink? Why should we interlink the industry and universities for the problems faced by the industries and the research area, research suggestions to the universities? Why don't the universities play a particular type of middle, a particular type of research and development institutes as a working as a research and development institutes, and provide solution to the industries which the industries are facing in India? Why the industries have to establish their research and development cell or research and development department? Why don't the universities are playing as a role of research and development department for the industry? And the university students, the university professors will produce and resolve the issues faced by the industries, and that will be very golden way of working, and a way of employment generating. Those who are working as a research student into the industry can work as a research employee into the research student into the universities can work as a research employee or research and development employee into the industries. They know the problems of industries if that gap has been fulfilled by the government schemes and strategies. So the government have to focus on some of the challenges are given here, that education of youth, educated youth are not getting much employment, like 18% and 29% particular type of unemployment found into the secondary education and graduation education, respectively, comparing to the illiterates or illiterates or the non-educated person. The non-educated person is not hesitating to work any type of work, so that they are getting the employment into the rural area, into the urban area. They are going to earn for their livelihood. But the educated person is not going to work. They are not thinking that they can do the lower category type of work or the hard work. If one graduate is ready to work for hard, they can utilize their experience, their education in the particular area, and can innovate something. So the unemployment is found there. If you have the HSC or higher level of education, secondary education, the unemployment is 18.4%. If you are graduated, then 29.1%. If you are PhD and particular type of area, in Maharashtra, you can find out that in your states, you can find out that those who have PhD and higher education and willing to work into the education sector, the jobs are very few. So where the highly educated persons will be accommodated, we should have to think where we should have to work. No particular type of work is lower or greater. If we are inputting, or if we are contributing our efforts into the particular type of area, we can find out the reasons, we can find out the disparities, we can find out the issues, and we can develop new things, new way of working, new type of working areas in particular area, though the work is categorized as a low category work. So we can invent some things there. So we can generate new employment or employability area. We can initiate some new startups there. So we could find out such areas. India has large population youth, but in particular type of woman, this is the report given by the ILO in 2024 India employment report, that 95% of the young women are not into the mainstream of education, employment, or training. It is not my figures. It is the fact and figures of ILO. So we should have to focus on the woman, and this budget is focusing on the woman with particular type of level. Now the technological changes and digitalization rapidly affecting the demand and skills and abilities. So we have to improve our abilities. Though we have to focus our the teachers who are present in this seminar. I would like to request your university, to request your board of studies to include the technological and advanced type of area into the syllabus. In our area, we could find out that which study I have studied, which books I have referred in my colleges, in my area. I find out that the same books and the same knowledge is provided to the students. How they can compete to the current scenario, how do they can compete to the current AI type of technological development. We should have to provide which area, which type of things can be interlinked with the technology, and we should have to include that area into the education, so that the students can get the skills and abilities to to face the challenges into the industry, to face the challenges into the new developing area. So we should have to change ourselves, and this is the challenge of Indian youth, challenge in front of the Indian youth and Indian decision makers. Next slide, please. The education and youth employment, we've seen many of the points in this regard. Next slide, please. Skills and active labor market. We have to think about this. Is the report given by the ILO, and some points have been highlighted by that. The skill training and active labor market policies supplement and complement of each other, and the skill enhancing is required here. The India skill training scenario has changed as the government has initiated some policies, skill India projects and the skill development departments, but still we have to achieve that goal. The government is going to provide the internship to the crore people, 1 crore people, 1 crore youngsters in next 5 years. But we could find out that the 60 crore peoples who are who are in young age, about the 15 to 35 age area, how you can accommodate that youth in 1 crore? The requirement is 65 crore and you are providing 1 crore. That how you can collaborate that supply and the demand. The demand is 65 crore and you are supplying 1 crore. So how can you accommodate about 64 crore youngsters? So this is the challenge in front of the India and the skill development. So we have to develop the skills and overcome the issues with the local issues, with the diversified issues related to the states, related to the particular district, related to the particular forest area, particular the local areas. Why don't we think about that? Why don't we give some required freedom to the particular area, to the university, to research in their particular sector, give fundings for the research, find out the solutions, and provide, become a supplier for the particular type of area. Just like in the northern east area, we required, the population required the cloths for the cool and low temperatures. In the particular type of high temperature area, we required the cooling machineries. So we could have to find out the particular requirement of the area and develop the institution, develop the universities, and develop the youths for the employment generation. This is the requirement of current scenario. Now the apprenticeship has been introduced by the government. It is a very appreciable thing. The fresh stimulus for entrepreneurship development and important policies. The government has reduced the particular type of taxes and provided assistance, financial assistance and loan schemes for the startups and MSMEs. It is very appreciable things in the budget 2024-25. Job search assistance should have to be provided by the government, and government has started some websites for that, and the government should have to work in that particular area, that play as a middleman role between the industry and between the job seekers, that which kind of skills the job seekers have and which kind of skills the industry requires. So the government should have to play the middleman role. Next slide, please. How much time I have?
Sir, you may take 5 more minutes, no problem.
Okay. I will conclude in 5 minutes. Now, we should have to find out the population growth in India. And regarding with the 2024, we find out that the China population growth and India population growth. the China population growth is declining day by day, and Indian population is increasing day by day. But into the particular middle age, we could find out that the black line into this slide, that the young age, the youngsters in India, about the age of the middle age is about 30 to 40, in between 30 to 40. So that the young country should have to provide accommodation to the unemployed, and our population is not declining in future. It is increasing day by day. So we have to accommodate that young generation into the education and into the particular type of employment, so that they can generate the revenue, so that they can earn for their own livelihood. Otherwise, the India will be most criminal country into the future. Because if we are unable to fulfill the requirement of your stomach, requirement of your body, requirement of your mind, then the mind will divert it into the particular type of problems. So that we have to accommodate that youth generation into the creative minds. But in now current scenario, we have given the magical box to the youngsters, and that magical box has scrolling day by day and laughing on the foolish videos, laughing on the foolish type of particular क्या बोलेंगे उसको then sharings, the Instagram, Facebook, YouTubes, which are engaging the youth generation and youth mind into the unproductive type of work. So we have to divert that unproductive type of work into the productive type of work by focusing the local problems. So for that, what we should have to do? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We should have to focus on the research and development. As far as India is concerned, India is spending only 0.65% on research and development area. So what is the requirement? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Why should we have to focus on the research and development? Because research and development can enhance the education. If the government imposes the research and development responsibility to the universities and higher education, the research and development automatically increases. The professors will not research unproductive type of research, only depend on the secondary type of data. Just we will focus on the ground level. The teachers focus on the ground level, the students and learners will focus on the ground level, and they could find out the innovations for their particular area. That will generate the startups, that will innovate the startups, that will innovate the industries, that will innovate and increase the jobs, because you are going to be provide a new type of products, a developed type of products, a particular type of diverse products required for your area, and that is providing job into particular type of your area. Why? It will balance the development in the rural and in the urban, so that the research and development has enormous importance. That jobs generates the revenue, that startups generate the productions and satisfy the consumers, satisfy the people, satisfy the particular type of households, population. As we, the India, the world is seeing us as a consuming country. Why don't we produce for us? Why don't we become an Atmanirbhar Bharat? For that Atmanirbhar Bharat, we should have to produce, we should have to invent and invent and invent and invent. Why? Because if we invent, the chain of the startups, employability, the revenue will start automatically. And the government should have to provide the particular type of assistance in required area. Research and development and startups, research and development and startup, employment will automatically be generated. So the government do not bother about the employment generation. Just you have to focus, on research and development and university development and assisting to the startups rather than assisting into the salary. So I particularly suggest to the government to focus on research and development, university development, and startups. Next slide, please. I will conclude it. That it is enormous need to increase the research and development budget up to the 2% of the GDP. The university must be the interlink to the industry and startups to solve their problems day by day facing by the industries and startups. And the university should have to invent and play a role as a investor, as the inventors. And the government should have to focus on that particular type of area. Make production and growth more employment intensive, not capital intensive. Improve the quality of jobs, as graduated person should have to get the particular type of job which he has learned into the graduation. Overcome the labor market inequalities. We have to face, we have to balance that inequalities. Make system for skill and training, active labor market policies for more effective and more experienced person. The government has initiated some things regarding that, but it is not enough. It has very much difference, 64 crores and 1 crore. So the bridge between the difficulties and knowledge and so we can face the requirement, we can fulfill the requirement as a Viksit Bharat in 2047. Thank you very much, one and all, and thank you very much to the Nijil and Professor Chako Jospi to give me the opportunity in this regard to express my views, to express my thinkings. As some of the points are concerned with my own opinions, and it is my own thinking. May some of you are not agree with that, but it is the requirement of the current scenario to be achieve the goal of developed India, Viksit Bharat 2047. And this is some things required into the elaborated into the budget 2024-25. Thank you very much all. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Happy to see you, Dr. Om Prakash, after a long
Thank you very much, Jaco sir.
Yeah, and you made a very elaborate presentation which included your own views, as you said, which makes it all the more different from other presentations.
Thank you very much.
It was indeed a wonderful presentation, Dr. Om Prakash sir.
Yes.
Nice to meet you again after a long time, I think.
Yes. You have given me the chance, and I think that some students and some participants will enjoy this type of thinkings. We should have to think beyond the circle.
Yes.
Not only facts and figures we have to present, but we have to think beyond the circle.
There are some participants in YouTube also.
Yes.
I think now let's move on to the Q&A session.
Yes, sure.
I think, sir, there are a couple of questions. I'll just read it out for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think Nigel, there are questions from all the sessions. Can you just
So there's a question from the YouTube streaming. Shall I?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
just read out the question.
So the question is, on one side, the digitalization creates job opportunities, and on the other, it drives out employment. How it is going to affect Indian economy in the future?
As far as the India is concerned, India has a huge labor power, and the technological and digital development declining the employment opportunities. So we have to think about new areas. Which kind of new areas? If we are thinking about the present industries, the job will be declined, because the industries fortunately and definitely include the digital development in their production. So we have to focus on new industries and invent new industries, so that the industries required workforce, the existing industries will decline the labor force by implementing the digitalization. But if we focus on the new industries, then the new industries will generate the employment. So this is a middle way, or I think that can survive us into the new digital era.
Okay, sir. So there's a question in the chat box that how does the budget propose to improve the ease of doing business and attract foreign investment, thereby creating more job opportunities?
Um, this is a very drastic change here we found. As government imposed the duties and taxes on the capital investment, it will be declining rate of investment into the particular type of industrial, just like a share market and mutual funds and the capital requirements. So if you want to increase the investment from the common people, you should have to give a particular type of assistance to them, but you are imposing taxes on that. This is unacceptable thing of the government of India in this budget. Though the people dislike this, but this is the fact that government has imposed it. In regarding the startups and in regarding the industrial development and ease of doing business, we find out that the uh, government is giving assistance to the new MSMEs, providing the mudra loan, providing the assistance for the internship, and that will be very beneficial to the in new industries. And this the um, uh, reduction in the taxation systems, imposing sorry developing the new strategies. Research and development in particular type of defense area is not enough, but in the agricultural sector, some things have been initiated by the government, and the industries related to the agricultural area have been assisted by the government. So the ease of doing is becoming very easy in the future, because the government assistance is increasing day by day, and the government is focusing on the MSMEs. Next, please.
Next, sir. How is the government planning to balance the transition towards a green economy with the need for traditional job sectors?
We should have to focus on the green energy, because it is a call of a time. Because the development gets the population, the pollution, and we are in the developing phase, and we have to develop in the next years, and we have the particular type of budget that we are going to be Vikasit. in 2047. For that goal, we should have to develop as a sustainable economy. As a sustainable economy. And for that sustainable economy, energy plays very vital role. And for that, if we are providing the energy to the households, we will face the lack of energy supply into the industrial area. So the very good and very appreciable initiative has been taken by the government of India in the green energy as a solar power or a solar roof. We can say that the Atmanirbhar household energy particular type of scheme, that you could generate up to 300 units per month, and the government is assisting in the particular establishment of that solar panels and solar system that will fulfill the requirement of the household of the energy, and the fulfilled household energy requirements surplus the energy and surplus the energy for the industry, and the industry will get the steady and required energy for the production. So the development will get sustainable energy, sustainable development type of energy source, and that will very beneficial because it is invest one time and get a lifelong. I
Okay.
think you are satisfied with the answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The next question we have: what role do digital technologies and the digital economy play in the government strategies for employment generation?
In the employment generation, we could find out that the government requirements are changing day by day. The previous works like revenue department, health department, and each and every department is going to be digitalized. In the digitalized era, the government is providing the facilities to the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries are citizens of India, and the Indian population is increasing day by day. But the technology has a substitute to provide facilities and substitute to provide the services to the citizens. Though we find out that the government number of employees are not increasing, but the technologies imposed into the particular type of government work is uh, beneficial to the citizens, beneficial to the population of India, to get the work done from the government employees. In the future, the technological requirements will increase as the digitalization improves itself, so that the learned and skilled employee into the digital era, into the digital type of workings, will required into the government sector also, so that the government will require technological employees, skilled employees into the technology. So we could find out that the government is steadily transforming itself into the e-governance, and it requires the new generation digitalized era and digitally skilled employees. So the government, just like a cyber security cell, it is totally concerned with the computer related and the software related engineers. Some questions are in chat box also. You may include it.
Yes, sir. The next is how we deal with AI technology that decline the employment. What we do in future to deal with AI?
AI is one kind of assisting software and assisting type of thing, which is running particularly on the available data. Uh, I ask one question to you all: can AI invent something? Can AI invent something? And I think that your answer will be no. AI will not invent something. The invention comes from your mind. And the AI can assist you into that particular type of development. Though the AI has enormous knowledge, worldwide knowledge, but it do not have the capacity to invent. It do not have capacity to feel, to observe, observe, to get the particular type of understanding that this is the problem, this is the background problem. So the AI is working on the available information. It is bombarding of information only, but it is a proper utilization of available softwares only. But for what that software is used, it is commanding, required to the required to provide to the AI by the human being. So we should have to utilize the AI for our development and for the solutions, for the particular type of knowledge, for the particular type of work done. But the problem finding, the solution finding is main work of a human being. So we have to elaborate our capabilities as an intelligent person who have particular knowledge of AI and knowledge of problem finding and solution. So we should have to become the master of AI, and we should have to become the thinker, the innovator, the particular type of just we a person who is thinking beyond this circle, so that we can find out the solutions. Next, please.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. We come to an end of Q&A session.
I once again thankful to the organizers to give me the chance. And if you have any issues, you can call me. Just I have given my number to the job Nijil sir. And if you have any issues and questions rather than that, you can call me or email me.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude this session, I would like to invite Mishma Davis, a member from the Department of Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to all. I'm glad to be here to express my sincere vote of thanks. I'm immensely thankful to Dr. Om Prakash Sononi, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Chintamani College of Commerce, Pomburnah, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Sir, your own ideas and elegance of explanation of everything, I need to mention my deepest sense of appreciation. Your contribution have not gone unnoticed, and I'm grateful for all that you have done. In conclusion, I would like to say that this event would not have been possible without the support and hard work of each and every one of you. So again, I express my deepest thankful to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. So we come to an end of the seminar. We now move on to the valedictory function. To begin, I would like to call upon Akhila to introduce our chief guest for the valedictory function, Dr. Chaco Joseph.
Dr. Chaco Joseph, Principal and Faculty of Economics, St. Aloysius College, Thrissur, Kerala. Dr. Chaco Joseph, who holds a highly prestigious position of being the Principal and Faculty of Economics, St. Aloysius College, Thrissur, Kerala, has a remarkable contribution towards the advancement of higher education for a self-reliant India. Dr. Joseph has played a significant role in promoting numerous overlooked topics, including tribal employment through the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act in the state of Kerala, innovations in digital technology and creative destruction in the music industry, the role of knowledge management in the transformation of India into a knowledge economy, women participation in managing environment for sustainable development. Among others, his contribution towards the enhancement of numerous education sectors has truly been noteworthy. His unparalleled endeavor toward the higher education field has made Dr. Jose P. a worthy bearer of esteemed recognition. Professor M. Ghani Award for the Best College Teacher, constituted by the University of Calicut in honor of the first Vice Chancellor of the university. Apart from having a prodigious academic career, Dr. Jose P. is also having a notable record of being a dedicated author. He has written some of the best books, which are stated below: Indian Economy, Contemporary Issues and Comparative Analysis, Planning Commission to Niti Aayog, Perspective on Indian Economy in Transition, Paradigm Shift in Development and Economics Education. Besides, Dr. Jose P. holds the most designated position in numerous putative education institutions, including the Indian Economic Association, the Indian Society for Agricultural Economics, the Thrissur Management Association, the Indian Society for Ecological Economics, the Society of Economic and Development, the Indian Commerce Association. Welcome, sir.
Hearty welcome, sir. Sir, are you there?
Thank you so much. The esteemed speaker of the previous session, Dr. Om Prakash Sanoni, with whom we have associated for the past several years on different aspects. The other speakers of the seminar, Dr. Anna Martin, the inaugural speaker, my friend and fellow principal, Professor Manoj Kamath, the head of the Department of Economics of Sacred Heart College, Nigel Jacobi, other faculty members, and dear participants. This conference, which has been programmed aptly, because we are in we are in the juncture of having the second budget in in a period of 4 to 5 months, and we have already done various discussions based on the last budget, but it didn't make much impact because it was more of a vote on account rather than a full budget. So a full budget has been presented, and this budget is, as already evident from the previous speakers, it's focusing on Viksit Bharat 2047. So I'm sure all of you know what is the concept of Viksit Bharat 2047. So I'm not looking into the concept of Viksit Bharat 2047. But the one thing that we should all understand is that the union budget that was recently presented by the Union Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, is something that is trying to lay the building blocks for a Viksit Bharat, which will certainly focus on India becoming an economic superpower. As we are all involved in the field of higher education, we all know that India once had a very rich tradition in higher education with world-class universities. But later, we all happen to believe that Indian higher education is nothing, but the Western higher education is much better than the Indian one. So the same thing happened in many of the other areas. For example, when we go to the cities in the West, when we see huge buildings, which we call architectural marvels, we wonder how it was built. But if you look at India, if you look at the ancient temples of India, we are still left clueless how these big stones were raised so high when there was no machinery. Only we just had human power and probably animals to help. So this is why now we are trying to say that we should look back at our roots for our path ahead rather than looking at other models. So this budget 24 is something that is armed with the vision to propel India to become a fully developed nation by 2047. So the union budget aims to focus largely towards strengthening various activities like looking back into our roots, relying on our own resources like the Make in India initiative and the ease of doing business in India, which will certainly help to stimulate manufacturing sector and also enable large scale job creation. Then we have also made changes in tax regimes to make the taxation structure more modern and attractive. It's sure that there has been an increase in the capital gains tax by 5%, which was immediately reflected in the stock markets on the day of budget presentation. But if you look at the indices, Sensex and Nifty yesterday, they have gained new heights. So initially, when the budget was presented, we had a doubt whether this budget will be beneficial to the public at large and investors particularly. As we understood the details of the budget, I think the markets have come back and is now supporting the budget decisions. Again, the government's efforts to push forward with the reform agenda is evident in the budget. For instance, we have action plans and digitalization through Jan Vishwas Bill 2. Further setting up of e-commerce export hubs is envisaged to facilitate easier access to international markets for domestic players. So these are all measures which are focused on long-term gains rather than short-term gains. Certainly, the Vision 2047 should be a long-term policy rather than a short-term policy. Some of the policies which were presented in the budget will fortify the foundations for economic growth of our nation. The most transformative proposal, I think, is the one aimed at job creation and skill development for the youth. Because we have been seeing large-scale student migration. And if you look at the causes of large-scale student migration, we see that these migrations are taking place because of lack of modern jobs. We still have jobs in many of the traditional sectors, but jobs in the modern and upcoming sectors are probably lacking in India. It's available for the highly qualified. For example, IT jobs are available for IT graduates, engineers, and all. But for the common graduates who are coming out of the large number of arts and science colleges in India, they are finding it difficult to get to the modern jobs, the jobs that are now called the fashionable jobs, which the youth are aspiring. So the one reason why our students from the ordinary arts, science, commerce colleges are unable to reach that those jobs is now being addressed in the budget, because this budget is giving special provisions for creation of skill, development of skill among youth, and by that way creation of make enabling their entry to the modern job market. Then another is related to tax changes, which I have already mentioned. But we should understand that maybe in the short run, the tax changes may find unattractive. But it's if you look at from the long-term perspective, they will be supporting the march towards a Viksit Bharat. Then again, if you look at the Indian population, with a medium age of 28.4 years, we are one of the youngest countries in the world. It's a young India that would reinforce the country's competitive advantage and unleash the consumption potential of the economy. That is going to come in the years that are left for the mission of Viksit Bharat is to be accomplished in the next 20 to 25 years. The budget's proposals, for example, an innovative proposal for the top 500 companies to train 10 million youth through 1 year internship program over the next 5 years is particularly noteworthy. It will fill the skill gap that is keeping our common ordinary graduates away from highly paid and highly attractive modern jobs. Of course, there are under this program, the government will fund 90% of the internship allowance, which is which is a very huge amount, which will be covered under the CSR fund. Of course, one can be skeptical about the difficulties in the practical implementation of the scheme, but I'm sure we can work out the ways by which it can be implemented, because it's something which is very much essential and has to be developed at any cost. Then again, another example is training in digital and advanced technologies. This is something that is very much needed to equip our population to move towards jobs of future. So providing skill certification will bring in more credibility to the programs that are being offered by our universities, which will certainly help in preventing the large-scale student migration. Then, as all of you know, the budget has 9 priorities. It's not just focusing on the sectors that we have mentioned. For example, the government has identified these areas which will assist us in our march towards Viksit Bharat. For example, we have to think of productivity and resilience in agriculture. Agriculture, as Professor Om Prakash Sanane has already said, it's agriculture. A large number of our population is still engaged in agriculture, but the productivity issue, which was there long back, is still remaining in many part of the country. So we have to address that. Then another is social justice and inclusive human development. When we were earlier talking of AI, all of us know what AI is through ChatGPT. But the question is, how many of us know how to make the best use of AI, at least for our study purpose? For that, we need something called transversal skills. Only when transversal skills are developed, we can make the best use of AI. So if that skill is not acquired, that itself is going to bring in an uninclusive growth, which will bring in social injustice. So inclusive human development and social justice is another thirst area in the budget. Then Indian manufacturing has to be modernized. So it's concentrating on manufacturing and services. Then certainly urban development. India, if all of us have seen many of our travelers traveling across even small countries in Europe, or even in countries in Africa, for example, Rwanda, where we see modern cities. India is lacking modern cities because we are so populated and we got urbanized so quickly. We didn't get time for a planned urbanization. So now the budget is for a modern economy, for a modern country that we are trying to become. A planned urban development is very much needed. So that's being addressed. Then, as Om Prakash was elaborating, energy security is another area. We say that India is a country that is very much blessed by sunlight because of the abundant availability. We have never used it as a resource to the fullest potential. It's a resource that we have when we compare ourselves to many of the developed countries in the other part of the globe, where sunlight is very rare. So we will be looking more on energy security, using all means of energy production. Then again, infrastructure is very important. Recently, a friend of mine who is from another country and presently working in Kanyakumari asked me that I saw a newspaper report that a port has been inaugurated near your capital city. He was definitely referring to Viljam. So he said, I read in the newspapers and so in TV that this port is going to bring huge motherships to the port with large, huge containers. But he had a very simple question, very simple doubt that he was trying to ask: how do you think you are going to transport all these containers to different parts of your state, considering the congested highways and roads that you have in your state? So definitely that is a pointer that we should concentrate more on infrastructure of all types, including that of transport infrastructure. Then another area is where we lack is innovation, research, and development. Now, for example, in higher education, I quite often ask students and even faculty members, what's the difference between general education and higher education? So I personally believe that general education or school education is a place where you share the knowledge that is already available. You disseminate the knowledge already available. But higher education is a place where you generate new knowledge. And generating new knowledge happens only when you do research. So research is lacking at the end of our end, at the end of higher educational institutions, especially when it comes to arts and science colleges. Then research is also lacking with the industry. So that is to be developed. We have to develop technologies that are in alliance with the requirements of our population. Then only it will increase the productivity of our people. Then above all this, the finance minister has come up with the next generation reforms, which is very much essential when we think of an India that is going to be the leader of the world in terms of production, productivity, economic policies, and so on. So while presenting the budget, the finance minister reiterated one thing, that the less privileged, women, farmers, and the youth are the four main focus groups of this budget. So quite often we discuss about how it is going to affect the middle class, the great Indian middle class. But the budget very clearly says it focuses on the less the deprived, the poor, the women, farmers, and youth. So the marginalized section and the future of India, the youth, are all considered in the framing of this budget. So I will conclude by saying that this budget was a bid to achieve the goals of the government and the nine pillars that the finance minister herself has identified for an India that is going to be the world leader. I'm sure the policies of this budget, if implemented properly, will um, will focus on an India that is going to be the world leader and make us all proud. I once again congratulate the Department of Economics of Sectoral College Autonomous for organizing the seminar on a prompt basis when it is the right time to do that. I also congratulate the paper presenters who presented papers. The seminar, I understand, was announced just 1 week back, but compared to many other events, the organizers got good response in the form of paper presentations. So, and I also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. As we conclude our seminar, we move on to the concluding session. I would like to invite Haripriya S. Nath, the Assistant Professor in the Department of Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks for this function.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and fellow participants, it's my privilege to extend a warm vote of thanks for this enlightening national seminar on Viksit Bharat at 2047 and Union Budget 2024-25. Your presence and active participation have made our event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Manoj S. Kamath sir, for sharing his valuable insights. A special thanks to our wonderful speakers, Dr. Anna Martin ma'am and Dr. Om Prakash Sanoni sir, for their informative and engaging presentation. Their contributions have enriched our understanding and made this event truly memorable. Thank you for sharing their vast knowledge and expertise with us. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Chakojo sir and Liji Malikal ma'am for being part of our event. And heartfelt thank you to our principal, Dr. Reena Ityachan ma'am, for her unwavering support and invaluable guidance. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who presented their papers. Their efforts, dedication, and insightful presentation have made our presentation seminar enriched. The success of this seminar is a testament to the hard work and dedication of our head of the economics department, Nijil Jacobi sir, and my colleagues, Anju ma'am and Mishma ma'am. I also thank our students, Jilka, Alfonsa, Shivani, Parvati, Agila, and Nafila for their groundworks. We are grateful to our college for providing us necessary facilities. Last but not least, a big thank you to all of you, our wonderful audience, for their participation and enthusiasm.
Thank you, ma'am. As we draw our seminar to a close, let us conclude our session with the national anthem. I kindly request everyone to rise for the anthem.
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल भंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
So thank you once again. Thank you all. Thank you, Om Prakash sir. Thank you, Chaku sir.
Thank you to give me the chance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chakozos sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Om Prakash sir.